Okay. Sorry, guys, that I'm late. If you've seen any of the community posts, there's been some very strange phenomena going on with YouTube, and then I ended up falling behind trying to get that resolved, and then this morning after I took my shower, I put rollers in. I pulled my hair up and I put rollers in it, and then when I took the rollers out, oh my god, I was a frisball. So I didn't want you guys to see me like quite that bad, but I kind of fixed it. Here, let's see. I kind of dulled it down a little bit. Hopefully, it's tolerable. But let's talk today about our uniqueness, self-aware, consciousness, hyper awareness, and light workers. How to recognize light workers. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to come back off camera just for a few minutes. I'm going to put the this is I want to try and make things as open as possible for people to come in and share what they know. Let's see, did I copy it? Copy to the book. Yeah, okay, good. And I gotta put it in here. I did have to hurry and log into my backup account because I want to see what the heck is going on. With like I got comments under posts, and then when I went into the studio area to respond to the posts, because we have more options in there, like adding little hearts and emojis and just different things we're able to do. Also read the entire comment and in the quiet and just focus on it instead of seeing it in a notification stream. And they were gone. They didn't even exist. They don't even show up under the posts that they commented on. And it wasn't just one person. One person made several comments, and the only ones that showed up were ones that they made underneath of somebody else's comment in a thread. So something's going on that's making people invisible on YouTube, removing them. I don't know. My own husband was removed from my channel. he was no longer able to listen and subscribe or be subscribed. He couldn't do thumbs up or, he was like totally restricted. So I don't know how YouTube does that or figures that out, how to do that or what they're doing with that. But as long as we stay on top of it, what we tried to do with him was unsubscribe him. I'll come back on camera for a moment. What I did, this is what we've tried. Unsubscribing him and then resubscribing him and then setting the notifications to get all, because when he's at work and he's driving, he's on his mobile device and both of them are linked together. So when he's off driving, he doesn't know when I'm live unless I say, hey honey, I'm going live now, and then he will search for it. It's not showing up for him on his mobile. So I'm like, wow, you're invisible. You're not getting anything at all. It's just odd. So by it happening to my own husband, we got a closer look in personal on what the heck is going on. I mean, my own husband has unsubscribed from me. What? So anyways, that's what we've tried to do. We'll see if he's able to see that we're live. And also, I think it has to do with how many people it says are watching, has to do with how many people are typing. I'm really not sure. I know it said in 48 hours I had over 400 views, but the views did not reflect in the counts. So content creators, pay attention to what's going on with your channel, because I'm not really sure on what this new algorithm, this computer system that they've got going is doing to our channels. That was just channel maintenance. Get that over with in the beginning. I know Friday nights are super duper busy. Many people go live on Friday nights. So we'll see who decides to come in and join in on this this chat forum and about consciousness, self-awareness, and of course our uniqueness. And notice behind me I've got puzzle pieces. It's puzzle pieces, okay? And they're each unique, and they've got little patterns on, different colors, different textures, different. But if you look at what I've got here, let me let's back up. See, there's one puzzle piece behind my picture, and then you see the huge puzzle, and how, you know, whatever I bring to the table will snap into that tapestry of that puzzle, you know, as each of us have a part that we play into this puzzle. We're in this together. We're totally in this together. So, okay, upward, onward, and moving forward. Let's see what's going on. Is there anybody here? Say hello. I have the chat open in StreamYard. Okay, and it did show that the link went through, and on my backup channel, it's showing there's 4 people in there. I'm thinking that of course, I'm one of them, because I'm my backup channel's in there. My backup channel. Yeah. So we'll give it a few minutes for people to come on in. And you know what? I'll go ahead and people are getting the new animal montage I put up, confused with the one I shared on here. So I'm going to go ahead and play that for you guys while we wait to see if anybody got the notifications, if anybody's coming. And I know that I'm late. So sorry, but it's an important topic that we talk about in the equality and in the uniqueness, and also when we start to understand who a light worker is, we start to understand what discernment is and what discernment brings forth within each of us, and what that actually means. And you may be surprised to find out how much light that you truly are. So we'll give people a few minutes to file in, and we'll just we'll watch this first montage that I made for you guys really quick. And I hope everybody's enjoying that second one. I'm enjoying making those. I've done a shout out to a friend that creates hip hop rap music, to see if he can jive me up some tunes. I send him the clips that I've made, so he kind of gets the idea of what it's for, and we'll see how that goes. So pretty exciting.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. it sound right, boy.
See, the second one that I put together starts with this crazy bird telling you get up and dance. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. I'm gonna make a few of those. The only hard part about it is syncing up the dancers with the music and lining it all up. They're a lot of fun to listen to and to, I enjoy. They bring a smile to my face, and I find myself with my head bobbing to the rhythm, to the music, and they're to bring a smile because we're going through so much pressure on us, and people that are actual light workers are very easily able to see the injustices in the world, and they will point them out because they can see the imbalance, how things are. And then actually, light, people that work with the light, you could say with the Christ within, let's not worry about the labels, but if that's going on and you're seeing the imbalance and you're seeing the overreach and you're seeing the control matrix oppressing people's, what they have to wear, where you can go, what you're allowed to do, what you're allowed to say, every kind of restriction is being added on layer upon layer upon layer. Somebody who is of the light is going to be pointing these things out because they have, kind of going backwards with the topic, but they have the hyper awareness, the hyper consciousness, which you'll notice that they also are able to see and discern that this place is changing, that things are not how they used to be, or things are changing all around us. We notice different changes. It depends because of our uniqueness. Different things will resonate with each of us and bring us the affirmations to keep us along the path moving forward. So, they're usually affected in a miraculous or supernatural way. Sometimes they talk about it, sometimes they don't. It's up to the individual on how they react and respond to these kind of things. Now, when we get into self-awareness, I guess I'm going backwards, and then we'll go into each one a little more detailed. And of course, you guys, the StreamYard link is already in the chat. So anybody that feels like, they want to come and join in on this conversation, you're welcome. Always welcome. We all learn from each other, and there's no experience. I've learned one thing by listening to so many different people. There's not a one set pattern. It's, as the Bible would say, you're on a narrow path. You're on a narrow path because you're the only one on it. It's a path that's designed specifically and uniquely for each unique divine breath of life in the image and likeness of the creator of all, with that spark in us of light that boils down to pure love. We all have different things that have been stuck in between our ears, and there'll be different things that will help pull us out of those things and bring us affirmations which lead us to the truth, which when we go full circle, the truth is, and Christ is, it's in the Bible, it's all over the place. It doesn't matter where you are located on this realm. It is to love your enemies, which is number one, you don't have any enemies, and to love your neighbor as yourself. So everybody, it's about love. It's about respect. It's about not wanting to oppress each other. And as we become more self-aware, we do the introspection, and then the work starts to get done within us, where we have control over one person. And that's enough, trust me. And that's ourselves. And the changes start from within us. And we get the affirmations that we need to continue on the journey to press forward. Now, as for consciousness is, I kind of view consciousness on levels of this paradigm or realms that we can move to and move down. Like we talked about the other night with Jacob's ladder. You want from your root chakra, which is the base, the earthen, all the way up to the top, completely open and flowing. And you're going up and down that ladder. Okay. You can't neglect half. You can't say, okay, well, if I abstain or if I fast or if I do this or I do that, then I'll reach nirvana. Now, will you make progress if you put those, things into your consciousness, which will go into your subconscious? Yes, because you believe it without a doubt. You will progress in that manner. But at some point, we have to allow for what is coming from the higher source, from creator or higher self or the higher super consciousness with that third eye or that Holy Spirit baptism or baptism from above that opens that gateway. Okay, which Myrna was talking about her Kundalini awakening. A lot of people think that when we have that experience that it's like the end all be all, because we become aware of all of these amazing abilities that we all have. Okay, and it is awesome. But it's like it's an affirmation given to us that we're walking it, we're doing the inner work, and I look at it when that happened with me it was kind of like the beginning, because I got that huge affirmation, and then the work started, the having to root out anything that was not true, to allow the truth to rush in. And we're always, infinity's infinity. It's going to go on and on and on and on, and we'll grow and grow and grow and grow. And in our consciousness, I'm going to make sure I pull up the comments so I can see what you guys are saying. So as we are going through a consciousness evolution, the consciousness, just view it like this. View the conscious, where we are interacting with this 3D world, as that bottom, that realm, that 3D realm. That is our five senses, taste, touch, smell, sight, and hearing. And with hearing, and if you're, if you are blind or wear glasses, or you're hard of hearing or anything, what happens is the other senses enhance, and so then you can still have that third dimensional low level of consciousness experience. And when I'm saying a low level, I don't mean that there's a higher, as in higher, lower, hierarchy, lower. I'm just saying a 3 is a lower number than a 4, and a 4 is a lower number than a 5. Okay, so when we're going, and when we think about the rainbow in us, there's seven levels there, and then we are aware that there's many levels above that. When you start to visit like the Akashic, you find that you kind of just swoop through there, and you drop whatever it is that through your eye gates that gets stored in your subconscious into that. Even if we're not aware of this yet, we're still doing these things. We just don't remember it. We're dream workers. We're all dream workers. So even if you're not conscious of your identity, you haven't had the reveal, or you haven't chose to take that step, it doesn't take away from who you are. You're still doing these things. You're just not aware of them. And as these things came into my awareness, I knew I was going into this place. And it's not like how it is here on the third dimensional, where you got to go and you got to write everything all down. You're trying to remember with your own mind everything that happened. Sorry about the dogs, guys. You're trying to remember everything that happened, so then it can be logged into the archive. Nope. We like whoosh through this place. We stop just like instant, because everything's now. And then it's just put in there. And I know we call it a library, but this library, when I finally, asked and focused and prayed that I wanted to get a good look at it, you guys, it is so beautiful. And people's files, our soul files, they're not these huge volume books. I would have to, I don't want to compare it to like Superman's Crystal Cave, because it's not like that either. But what the information is stored on is, it looks like crystals, but everything in there seems to be alive and moving. It is such a beautiful, oh my gosh, it's a beautiful phenomena. It's a beautiful place. And in the Bible, it talks about, and then Christ opened the books of life, and who was written in the Lamb's book of life, the books of life, and the books were open. So this is not, when we talk about Akashic, or somebody calls it the Akashic, or somebody calls it the books of life, it's just a different terminology, but means the same thing. So these things that we are consciously through the 3D realm that we're separating ourselves or gapping ourselves from, that's just from not understanding the unique beauty and what we each have to offer through this wonderful experience. And what a time to be alive, to go through such a go from conscious 3D into hyper awareness, where you're achieving levels of understanding what's going on within here, and also pushing that out and knowing that the sound, if anybody was here the other night, when which was not yesterday, I spent a lot of time yesterday doing inner work. We'll talk about that here in a minute, because I got some really trippy affirmations, and then I'll tell you, what really helped. But when Propagate This Light, when he did that first rhyme, when he busted into that rhyme, first of all, I did not know that he just did it boom off the cuff. Okay, I thought that was something that he worked on, because it was so well put together, and his voice, his frequency that he put out, what I felt within me, and then Myrna, who was also on, what she felt, it was undeniable. I felt like every cell in my body was just like boo, and my hair was tingling and standing up. I just felt so warm and so much love. And he's got some real power in his voice, and so do you. Everything that we say between those two powerhouses, that is what we need to be conscious of in the third dimensional level of awareness of what we interact with or deal with on a daily basis. Know this, as we're going through the conscious awareness and moving up and then back down that ladder, up and that back down, you will never ever lose anything that you've gained. That's a promise. And you can find that in scripture, and you can find that in the different areas of the world. If you look at hieroglyphs, or you're Hindu or Buddhist, or these different religious organizations, it's in their books too. When you've reached a level, no matter what happens, you will always return to that level. You will never have anything that has been given to you, because all gifts are given without repentance, meaning that when God gives you something, or the Spirit of God, or the Holy Spirit, or whatever makes you feel comfortable, it's given to you without repentance, meaning no changing of the mind. Repentance is actually a change in our thoughts. It's a change. It is a renewing of our mind. And when we talk about going into higher levels of awareness and consciousness, some people, like I said, I released the first of the 3 posts on Third Eye. I'm going to tell you that the beginning, when I was talking about this weird thing going on with like the YouTube unsubscribing people, and people I know are making a comment under a post, because it'll come up under my notifications. But then when I go to actually under my comments in my studio to give a thoughtful quiet time of reading what they wrote and a thoughtful response is what everybody deserves, they don't exist there. They're gone. And I don't know how that happens, but Jesus with a Z and Myrna, when they just post underneath, they're invisible and it's not me doing it, and they're not held for review. There's nothing they're saying in their post that would even hold it for review, because I checked in there. Usually if it doesn't show up, under regular comments, that's the first place the content creator is going to look is, did it get held for review for some reason? Why? But no. And I have there's no banning going on. Usually if there's banning and stuff going on, my moderators are pretty darn awesome, very tolerant people, and they will let me know if something transpired and somebody actually had to be banned, because now moderators do have that, that power. I'm able to look that kind of stuff up too. So anyways, back to the consciousness. Maybe when they wrote those, they were vibrating at a different level. And when I went to look for them, after all the work that I did, they were gone. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that the dancing one, that the second one that I released to you guys, had a whole bunch of likes on it, and then they all disappeared and it went down to like 8. So it like, I'm like, what is going on? And then the whole phenomenon, and even the pineal gland had a bunch of likes on it, and those all disappeared too. So that's why I was a little tardy. So okay, back to consciousness. As we evolve consciously, we start to notice things. We become more aware of our surroundings. We become more aware of ourself. We become, again, as we spoke of, but those are long streams. I don't expect anybody to go back and watch that power stream day. That's a lot to even try to take in. So we're just going to kind of recap on it. So when we're going through this evolution and we're evolving consciously, we understand then that we are not what we like. I'm a mother, an accountant, a notary, a wife, a daughter, a this, a that. We wear so many different hats or so many different labels, so many different things that we are categorized as, for lack of a better word. But in reality, we're none of those things. Those are just facets of what we're experiencing here in the third dimensional realm. When we get into the consciousness of our self-awareness, of our identity, of who we are and what we offer to one another, that's where we really start to vibe and resonate. We start to respect each other, and we start to respect each other's narrow path journey, what each of us are bringing to the table as these puzzle pieces behind me, each unique, each wonderfully made and perfect. That's how wonderful and unique that we are, that the creator of this place, who shared the essence with us, at the same time, we're not to be God or to be trying to be God over others. So what would that look like if we're trying to be God or Lord over others? Light workers will know exactly what that is. There's no denying it. They will see the injustices. They will see when somebody says, you should not talk to those people, or I'm not going to talk to you anymore unless you get rid of them. They'll start gapping themselves and or telling others that what they need to do in order to comply with their own perception of how they view right and wrong. We have to understand at the conscious level, and as we move up that consciousness ladder, that we're dealing with what we perceive. So what I perceive, whether I deem it good or if I deem it evil, That's my perception. That's my interpretation. And I should not ever try to force my interpretation upon another sovereign, divine, uniquely, beautifully made being. And as we evolve consciously and we're moving forward, we start to then go inward and take control of the only one that we have control over, which is self. We stop pointing fingers and judging other people. It's not our right. Remember, you got one finger pointing at them and three pointing back at you, right? The same goes along with when we are in that kind of mode of consciousness, when we are gapping ourselves, we're also gapping ourselves from evolving consciously. So if you think of it as it's multifaceted, just as we're multifaceted, when there's those that are saying this is good and this is evil, don't do this, do this, think this way, don't think this way. Talk to these people in this group. Don't talk to any of these people in this group. What we're doing is we're gapping and we're separating and we're parting away. And what happens when we're doing that? Just recognize it for what it is, light workers, that the separation gap is the separation that they're still going through. And it's always a choice, that they're gapping from having the experience of Kundalini or Holy Spirit or that third eye opening and going into those higher levels of consciousness. We understand as we move, that the consciousness that we become self-aware, we become hyper-aware of our surroundings and injustices, and we also start to look within and do the inner work, because that's the only one that we have any say-so or authority over. At the same time, why are we told to keep our thoughts into captivity? Because we can hurt each other with our thoughts. We can hurt each other with anything that sends vibration out. Our thoughts send out energy. Energy comes in neutral. And when we send out thoughts, or we're thinking things on people that are not good, it's like sending fiery darts their way. We're not physically going on there and punching them in the head or anything, but we are still sending an energy packet. And then when we do that, we end up breaking the spiritual law, which is do no harm, especially to our brothers and sisters. We are not to harm each other at all. Why we don't have the right to harm another equal, sovereign, divine, unique being having their experience here, interacting with this beautiful place. No matter what, if you're at third, fourth, fifth, or you're going up and down, this place is unique and it's designed perfectly for each of us to have such a wonderful experience. Who gives us the right to encroach on another's, especially when we are perceiving things through our own filters? And when we do that, those are our own preconceived or our own history of what we may have dealt with, that we may have even perceived as that we were a victim or whatever. And so we're perceiving that, we're sending that out, we're thinking on it, and we're harming another person who may be completely misunderstood by our own perception. So when we're looking and diving into consciousness, we need to worry about the consciousness of self first. That's how we achieve higher levels in the ladder. And then, and we can ascend and descend and ascend and descend, depending on the people that are in our surroundings. The other day, there's an amazing man. Oh my God, talented as, oh my gosh, so talented. But in the area where he lives, he has nobody really he can talk to or communicate with. But I'm going to tell you what, this man is so precious and so wonderful and so amazing and so unique. The talent this man holds, a lot of people, I don't want to call them normies, because really there's nobody that's really like a normie. They're just not aware to their self-aware, to their identity. but they will kind of gap themselves from those that have what you would call like a prodigy or a natural ability, a gift. And also those with natural abilities. You came in at birth, which by the 3D realm, they're called a prodigy, with these abilities already within you, and you've been acting on them as a natural since birth. First of all, they will tend to kind of pull in a little more to themselves, and they will be misunderstood by others. They'll be like, well, where did you go to school to learn how to do that? They're still looking for the physical part of how you acquired what it is you acquired. It's not the way that you think. Some people still deal with jealousy, and also these prodigy, amazing people, when they're doing their natural born skills, they also have that empathic, where they can feel the resonance vibration coming off of others. So learning how to pull that back and shield ourselves up is always beneficial, because we don't want to be going all sideways from other people's energy. When that opens up within us, as we become more and more self-aware and higher levels of consciousness, that is a part of this walk. There's good and bad, just as we brought up the other day. When you come in and that opens up to you, we learn at that time that no matter what level that we think that they're at, they make a lot of money, they're highly educated, they're this, they're that. We find out the equality that, pain has no bounds, depression has no bounds. You can make a ton of money and still be broke. You can be depressed. You could be this. You can have all of these things going on, no matter what your life from an outside observer looks like. So that is the good thing about when that empathic cracks open. But then comes along the time where we get that next portion, or that next level of self-awareness, where we can pull that back in, and then we can connect with those who we choose. And normally, I have not met anybody yet, because it gets to the point where we can read thoughts and intentions within people. But once you're able to pull that all back, put your armor on, or your bubble around you, most people they'll keep that bubble up. They're not going to encroach into somebody else's sacred space, because of what it felt like to go through that empathic feeling. Everybody, and you're like, is that me? Is that you? Or is that someone else? Why am I depressed now? Why am I feel like I'm gonna bust up laughing? You just feel like you're just going everywhere, until we get that next level of consciousness into our awareness. So this person is powerful. This person's art is just poof, resonates through and through, way beyond, I think, even what he understands. He'll give it a name, and as artists do, right? But you could stare at that art for hours, or you could look at it and then come back to it a month later and see something completely different. That's how talented this person is. And this person is absolutely off the charts. Phenomenal. At the same time, we talked about grid. A lot of times people are put in certain places to help lift up or shine from within them without even doing anything, just existing and doing your thing, doing your art, playing your music, whatever it is that you do. And it helps to lift up those around you. It's humbling, because you don't know you're doing it. But I had noticed that it seemed like people were kind of peppered all over the world in different locations to help lift things up and bring it into fruition, into awareness, and allow everybody else to break these cycles and come into the beauty of who we are. Oh, we got Propagate, and he's in the house. Let me change our theme. Here we go. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, thank you. I don't have no earbuds at the moment, but we'll try to get this going very smoothly. How do I sound to you?
You sound great.
My mic sounds nice. Cool. I appreciate it. And how are you doing? Love your hair.
I know. I did the. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about the work I did yesterday. We'll get to that in a moment. When I got up this morning, I felt lighter, and when I took my shower, I was like, okay, I'm gonna put my hair up in this pony, and I'm gonna put a little gel, and I'm gonna put these rollers in, and it'll be cute and curly. Oh my gosh, I forgot I had the rollers in my hair. And then I went in after fighting with this YouTube thing and like going, what is going on? And then I took the rollers out and it was fuzzy. So I had to use this little wand thing that my mom got me, which is pretty cool, to try and make it so it's not all like a frizz
Okay.
ball.
Right, right. Oh, looks good. And I love your background with the puzzle. Really
Hmm.
nice.
That's what we each are to each other. Isn't that amazing?
Yep, yep. But I will tell people, in reference to your background with the puzzle, um, put the pieces together. You're tougher than leather. Don't run like DMC. You got to get it together. All or nothing, huh? In any weather, keep your spirit high, like an umbrella. No Rihanna and no Ella. That's an inside joke. Let it soak. Curl up in my rap like A&A's hair. Get that tingle inside. Make sure you bear with me like Yogi's son. And I ain't talking about it, son. Yo, God's the truth, and that's no lie. He's powerful, and he looks like a guy.
Love it. I'm just going to ask you this. Do you just do that off the cuff? Or do you write these? Or, I mean, or do you just kind of just go with the flow as you're good?
Sometimes I go off the cuff, and sometimes I write them down.
We have a question in the chat, and it's talking about what is the spiritual meaning of talent? Do abilities cross over from before this life? Absolutely. And a talent is can be anything that is a natural ability or a gifted ability that you have taken upon and not buried, but actually applied into your life and multiplied it. We all get certain talents, and it is how we utilize these talents. And are we oppressing people with them, or are we humble and sharing, or what is what's our heart condition? And then what happens is more is given, just like portions. When I was talking about with the empathic, when it first cracks open, you feel everybody. There's a reason for that, because it helps us to understand the equality and the uniqueness and look at things from a different perspective. And then we're able to, when we get that next portion, which would be like getting a second talent, we're able to pull that back in and then connect with it, who it is that we want to connect with, whether it be for energy healing, help, or wellness for somebody else. I hope that answers your question. It could be spiritual, it could be physical, it could be a physical talent can actually have a spiritual, because we are spirit having a physical experience. The physical talent that you can display can actually, it originates from a spiritual nature. It's just how we express it and share it. What's your thoughts on that, Propagate?
Definitely. As I just did, I propagated just a little rap, just a little something to show what, basically what you were saying right there. You could spread light through your talent. And just depends on what you're saying and what you're doing. And yeah, definitely, I agree with you.
Well, and yeah, and I was just wanting to see if you had anything to add to his question, or what's your perception of a talent? Is it a physical, spiritual, or do you see any discernible difference in them?
Okay. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll read it again. He says, what is the spiritual meaning of talent? Because that's in our
Gotcha.
Bible. Okay, it says that to one was given 5 and he came back with 10. To one was given 2 and he came back with 4. To one was given 1 and he took his talent and buried it, because he thought the master was a cruel master. So he didn't want to take a chance of losing it. So when the master came back, the one with 5 came back with 10. The one with 2 came back with 4. And the one that was given 1, when unburied the talent, never used it, and brought it back and said, I know that you're a cruel master and I didn't want to take a chance. So I, hid it, and here you go. I've returned to you back what is yours. And the one that buried the talent got fleeced, and that one talent was taken away from him, and the others were rewarded for being good and faithful servants. And actually, I think the Bible now says, this is a change for me, but it now says you could have at least put it in the bank for usury. Bank was never in the Bible for me before. Bank is a very modern word. So for it to be, to have existed way back then, and to what is that, BC, before Christ, for it to be in our scriptures today, bank is such a word that it's so out of place, but it does say bank now in the Bible, to get usury, which is like interest. And then, so that's, when that's the part of the Bible that makes me think of the talents, but I don't discern the difference between what we do in the natural from the spiritual. We're coming into that one new man, walking out physically, knowing that we're spiritual and able to do all things, because we're originally spirit. We're manifested in this realm so we can have growth experiences that we can't in our natural state. So yeah, but that was the question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I probably just made you forget the darn question because I just went on and on and on.
No, it's all good. I see the question, and I was just thinking about it and listening to what your explanation was. I was just thinking, like, in regards to the question, or in reference to the question, like reincarnation. Like sometimes people will have fears, let's say in this life, and you come to find out that something happened in another life, the reason why they have that fear now. So I think the question is pertaining to that. Like, can your talents cross over? And I don't know. I'm not even exactly sure about reincarnation, but that's what they say. So I'm assuming that could be possible, being that you're carrying over something from over there. Like, it's not necessarily carrying something from over there, but you have a fear of something, and the last life was the reason why.
And remember that gifts are given without repentance. So whatever life, you're still the same being. So yeah, I could see it carrying over. And I don't know, I'm sure many of us are aware that, back when I was in high school, the population was supposedly somewhere around 3 billion. And now we're at almost 8 billion, supposedly, of the population. How they know that, I don't know, because people are born, all the time, and people pass all the time. But I guess, when they do their censuses and stuff, they can see the population growth or whatnot. But what I'm saying is, obviously people are choosing or are not quite able to come up out of reacting to this realm to discover their inner self, to mitigate and move themselves up and out, because there's much more to experience than just this realm. I mean, oh my goodness. And remember, we've talked about this a few times about the people who have volunteered, somebody that may have went through it and already been through the steps, volunteered to come back because too many people were getting stuck with having debt on their records when they leave. That's spiritual law. You're doing harm to another, and those debts have to be balanced and zeroed out for you to go on into another level, whether it be you pass away from this realm and you go into the next, or if you haven't balanced out, that debt has not been collected or zeroed out, or at 0 point, then you recycle back in. So I'm not sure about that. I just know that I was told the last time that I had an existence here was I was shown where I lived, or where I used to live, but it's all underwater now. And I'm like, I lived underwater? and it's like, no, there was land before, but no. But and then something about Lemurian. I don't know what Lemurian is, but apparently when the city of Atlantis, there was also a city of Lemuria also in existence. So I don't know how I feel about that information myself propagate. I'm just open-minded and willing to listen and grow and glean, because we all have something to offer. So if I lived way back then, it must have taken me a while to reincarnate back in. But I don't think it from what I've seen and learned and experienced, it's like you leave and then you come right back in. Like within a month or 2 months, you're born again back into this realm with the mind wipe. So you won't remember the previous life, but whatever was given to you in the previous life, gifts are given without repentance. That doesn't matter. You're still the same spirit having spiritual growth. So I can see that, they could very easily carry those in with them, come in activated with those, operating in those abilities that they achieved in a prior lifetime. What's your thoughts on it?
Wow. Yeah, there is something about you as far as the first part of what you were saying, living underwater. I think I came across some type of I came across certain documentations about, Atlantis and things like that. And I think there was maybe something I seen where they were living underwater. I'm not exactly sure, but there is something about you that is different. And you could very well be that person that was living in Lemuria, you said?
I heard it as Lemuria. Now I heard it when I was off. When that I've been going through this for decades now, and I kind of felt a little ashamed when Myrna said when how a little bit of, she said she thinks it's been a long time for her, but compared to I'm like, oh, it's been a lot longer for me then. But she's very advanced, and like I said, some people are leapfrogging right through it. But and when I was in astral realm, I was shown this information, and then when I became the beyond quantum healer, we practiced on each other, and to make sure that, first of all, this is a modality that we're able to do and to put into practice, and what kind of results would we get. When I was under, because I'm a very practical before I even took the courses, I was able to go under, and I don't remember saying a lot of these things, but she recorded it, and I listened back to it. And there was something about Lemuria. There was something about Arcturians and Pleiadians, but not as an alien species, but as a higher realm density. Kind of the feeling that I got was a higher level of self-awareness, consciousness that's achievable and attainable to everyone here. And they're helpers. And so that was the second time. And then I was shown in a dream, a lucid dream, the world, and it was not like a round ball. And this is not how it was shown to me. It was shown to me like, those square cookie sheet like pans, you make cookies on. The world looked like a square cookie sheet, flat. It was flat, and it was rectangular. And then they zoomed up and had me look straight down. They said, that's where you used to live. And it was all water. And I was like, I lived underwater? I mean, I was like, what was I? Like a dolphin, a fish, or what was I? And they said, no, there was land there. That's the location where your last time you were here, that's where you were. And I was like, oh, I still to this day don't quite know what to think of that. Sometimes things get revealed. We see things, and then the information, we get the revelation of the symbology or whatever was shown later. So, yeah, it was interesting. I was like, oh, I mean, I thought I was a fish at first until they said, no, you were not a fish, but your last incarnation, this is where you were located.
Oh, God,
Must have
too.
been pre-flood, I guess. I guess the flood thing really happened. I don't know. Who knows?
Oh, somebody in the chat said that maybe it's like pre-dinosaur, like before the dinosaurs. Pre, what's up, pre?
Yeah, I don't even know what to think about dinosaurs. I know that if we think it, if we hear it, if it gets put into our eye gates, into our ear gates, and we're taught it, that we are able to create it and then physically experience it. Did we create these dinosaur bones to be discovered and put into these museums to add an enhancement to our experience here? I look around this world and I think, wow, we are so amazing to create in such a way with so many different things going on. There, we can see and negotiate now the difference between somebody that's trying to oppress somebody or control them by telling you, like if I told you, don't talk to this person, but it's okay to talk to this other person. What right do I have to say that to you? And have I ever, you've known me for a good year now, I think, at least a year. Have I ever, even whenever I had difficulties with anybody, have I ever said anything like that to you?
No.
That's right. Because I don't have the right. That's not my authority and it's not my choice. We learn, glean, and grow through self-awareness. We will develop what we like. We'll develop what we don't like. We'll choose what we're going to get from, and we will choose what we're going to come close to. My choice now is I don't see gap. I see a plethora of experiences that all have congruency and validity, of affirmations that help to bring us through losing fear and bringing us through into the awareness of who we are in truth and what we're able to do. I mean, okay, this leads into what I was doing yesterday. Remember when we were live, I was talking about that I knew why things stopped progressing. When I lost my daughter, I was hurt. I was bitter. I had anger, even though I've been working on forgiveness and things of that nature, it still hobbled my walk. So I spent yesterday and trying to quiet down that monkey mind or any other thing that has tried to crop up and get all that stuff quieted down, to get back into the meditative quietness of my mind, and then start to cast these things off into what this is my way that I deal with it. Everybody is unique and they can do it however is comfortable with them. But I was removing these burdens because by nature, we're not meant to carry burdens. Okay. We have the omnipotence, beautiful divine creator right there in our grasp. All we have to do is ask. So I was asking to hand over these to the divine within to release me from these burdens. But I was doing them in a quiet way through thought after I got my monkey mind to shut up over some things that have happened recently. I did share about what is happening to cancer patients and hospice patients and chronic patients with being refused their medication and all of that. That stuff started cropping up in my mind. All of these weird oppressive type things that are going on with people. So I had to quiet all that down. When I got it all quiet down, then the thoughts were going through. What happened was by the time I got it quieted down, I went and I was laying down in my bed, very still and quiet. As I was doing that, my leg cramped. I mean, to the point I couldn't lay still. I had to get up, which was showing me almost like a physical affirmation that it hampered my walk. So I had to get up and I had to walk around. I didn't come out of the state of mind of where I was at. I was just looking at, okay, so this just cramped up my leg to the point I had to get up. And then when I walked it off, because that's how I did when I was on blood pressure medicine. That's another thing my doctor got me completely off of is I'm not on any blood pressure medicine or anything anymore. Hallelujah. I mean, praise be to the divine within. Whatever's going on within me, the healing was just jumping leaps and bounds until I lost my child. It has not regressed, but it has not progressed. Anyways, back to the point. So then I went and laid back down. And I was fine. And then I was doing the thought again. And I was going through each individual person whom I thought was trying to oppress or harm another unique person that would, that I care about deeply. And I had to get to the point where I'm like, okay, you know what? Everybody's equal. And then I started saying, please don't allow me to have anger for anybody because I know who we each are. And lo and behold, my freaking foot and my leg cramped up so freaking, it was worse than the first time. I got up and I walked and I came out into the garage and I smoked a cigarette while I was trying to walk off this cramp. And then I looked at my leg and there was this bright red spot and like the vein in my leg and the muscles were separated from like the bone. It was weird. It was really weird. It was like, pay attention. And then when that one subsided, I went and I laid back down and then I commenced to this time with my words, with my voice, because it's like, Michelle, you talk about this stuff all the time, how much power comes from our sound of our voice. Say it. And when I said it and I vocalized it, even though I stayed in that calm state, I didn't have any more leg cramps. I didn't have any problems. And I drifted off into the most blissful, restful sleep. I don't know if I talked all the way through that night. I don't know. Last night, I don't know. But I know today we looked at it because I wanted to show my husband. I was like, you won't believe this spot that showed up on my leg. It was like right where a vein was. It was like, warning me that if I don't calm down, it could cause a stroke or I don't know what the warning symbolism is there. I know I will. And even if I already have it, it doesn't matter. It's just we get affirmations always. They're given to us for a reason. And then when I lifted it up to show my husband, it had almost looked like it was a bruise that I had had for like 3 weeks that's about to go away. The spot was still there, but nothing like what it looked like last night when I got up the second time with the really bad leg cramp, which it's just amazing. And then when I got up this morning, I feel lighter. I still have work. Oh my gosh, I still have work to do, but I feel lighter and I feel more at ease. But we have that within each of us. We shouldn't carry these burdens. Go into meditation. Meditation to me is listening. Praying is talking. So I was actually praying and then I was quieting my mind and meditating, which is listening. And so since I was constantly thinking, praying, I wasn't given any chance to hear through the meditative state. Maybe that's why my leg cramped to get my attention. Shut up for a minute. Let us answer you. Who knows, what happens or why things happen. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. And it's amazing how amazing each of us are.
Exactly. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I mean, speaking it. Just speak it.
Yeah. Like I was saying, I do feel something with you. Like when I look at you on the stream, I always thought that like there's something powerful, something good, And when it was mentioned that you're probably from Liberia, I just see something special right there. Me personally, like there's something extra there, and you're doing what you supposed to be doing right now as far as your streams. And so yeah, words are powerful, and you have the power. That's probably some of the talent that you carried over too. You never know.
Well, you'll, if you ask, just ask. Ask and allow it to answer to see if you volunteered yourself. Because it just almost seems like in the beginning, you just feel so alone. You're just like, oh, you don't share with anybody, and then you glean and you move through these things, and these like miraculous things start happening to you that if you told somebody else, especially back in that time era, they'd be like, she's crazy, lock her up. She's got this going on. Put her away. She needs help. But now, today, what I see going on is so beautiful and so phenomenal. But also, there's a lot of people who have volunteered, and it's like, it just seems like we were peppered at different locations for a reason. It's not that you have to go out and do anything or say anything or do, just be. And then you'll radiate out from within you, and then it's contagious. You may feel like an outsider or isolated in some form or fashion, but know this, you're doing so much more just by existing. It's not that we have to actually be in a third dimensional type, that we're working physically or doing things of that nature. There are so many of us that are doing without doing something what we would consider doing something in the third dimensional. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense, definitely. Yeah, we got some comments just dropping in the chat. People are talking about the Akashic records. Have you had any experience with the Akashic?
I was talking about that earlier. Yes, I've been there several times. I'm gonna let me just tell you guys. There's not one of you in here that's talking about this. These books of life is what, if you want to look at it in the Bible. Akashic records is another way of looking at it. There's different labels for this phenomenal place, but we all go there. Every single one of us goes there. And usually, when you're asleep, you'll jet off, and you're only there for a moment. It only takes a moment, and you drop. You do it. It's like a data drop into this place, and then you're off doing whatever else that you're wanting to do or whatever in your dream time. And as we become more conscious and more self-aware, we'll start remembering our dreams, and then like prophetic or for introspection, or we'll start to be able to discern what our dreams are telling us. We'll realize that when we're leaving our body, and all of these different which they're listed under the spiritual gifts in the Bible. And the apostles, they lived by the Spirit, knowing that they were spiritual, having a physical experience, because they spent 3 years with Christ being taught all of these wonderful, beautiful things about themselves. So the gifts didn't stop. We just forgot and stopped applying them. So whether we know it or not, we're still doing these things. We just are not consciously waking up and remembering them. And then all of a sudden, I started remembering these things that were going on at night. And I did ask. I said, look, I know I'm going to this place, and it's so beautiful, but I'm only there for like not even a second. I want to stop. I want to be able to look and see what this place is. And it is so beautiful, but it's not these big, thick volumes of records like what we think. When you pop through there, anything you've observed, experienced, whatever hurt you emotionally, everything is recorded within your cells, within your being, within your spirit. Okay. So when you stop and pop in there, what you're doing is you're data dumping. You're and that's where, like if spiritual laws being broken and things like that, the reaping and sowing and all of this stuff, these sayings have come about. And spiritual law only came into being is because we started hurting each other. And when we just learn to love completely and unconditionally and appreciate one another, we won't be under any law. There'll be no more sickness, no more death, no more nothing, because we won't harbor any anger or hurt, or we won't victimize each other or do harm to another, because it's truly not in our essence. When you boil us down to what we are, and then when we come in and we have the mind wipe to have an authentic experience. Because if you come in with the full knowledge of who you are, you're not going to be able to have a soul growth experience, is from my understanding. So we forget, and what happens is people can get stuck in a recycle program because of they do harm to another, and it gets dropped in the akashic, and they're not at 0 point. So then they have to come back to zero those things out. But anything that was given to them during that lifetime, any activations or anything, are without repentance, so they'll come in activated. They'll still have all of that. They'll be like what somebody would call a natural born psychic. Like the people that find lost children or help solve crimes, and those type people that have those like natural abilities. You'll just be born with it because you achieved it in another lifetime. Mm-hmm.
Right.
But anything's possible. I don't put anything off the table. Not when it comes to us. Oh my gosh, no. I'm going to be quiet for a minute, give you time to talk.
Oh, no, it's all good. I'm just looking at my palm. My name is not Robert. I see someone in the chat dropped, you might as well face it. You're addicted to love. Inner knowing.
Love is an overused word as being understated. People will throw around the word love, and not know how the power that love actually is. Our hearts are so deep. There's so many different kinds of love. Oh my gosh, and what we want to get to, what we want to achieve is like, well, how I feel for my children. That unconditional love, no matter what my child has ever done, there would be nothing that would ever make me want to separate and not be there for them. It's such an unconditional, pure love. And I feel when we can get to the point, or at least I can get to the point where I feel that way about everybody, then goal reached. And then guess what? Our records are zeroed. We have no debt. When we walk in perfect love and perfect faith, there's no debt. It's gone. And then people will move on.
I love it.
I'm going to let you shake the floor while I put in the link. If anybody wants to come in and join the conversation, we'll stay on for a little bit longer. Because I basically wanted to talk about our uniqueness, why we're different. If we were all cookie cutouts, it's all supposed to think the same way and be the same way, this place would be boring. We're unique for a reason. We're unique for a reason. We all enhance each other's experience and consciousness and self-awareness, and knowing who we can change and who we can't, and taking control of ourselves. Stop trying to control others. Okay, all you, dude.
No, I definitely agree with that. There's nothing more I could say about that. And I do run on that program as well. You can't really change anybody, just focus on yourself. Even when you look out in the world, as I stated before, if it's all maddening out there, just go within yourself, clear the maddening aspects of yourself there. Maybe there's something that you need to work on. You look out in your world and you see something you don't like, try to see what's similar in yourself. And if you find that in yourself, then just change that, and then maybe the outside will change. I think David Icke once said, I don't really follow everything David Icke says, or, I listen to people like Thomas Campbell. I have listened to these people. There's different names that I've heard, but I've heard David Icke say something about, changing yourself. Because reality is like looking in the mirror. You don't yell at the mirror to change. You change yourself. He didn't say it exactly like that, but I'm just paraphrasing. And even the different people out there, the uniqueness, the variety of people. If you live in a big city, and you have Asian, Persuasion, Caucasian, Indian, all these shuns out here. Different people dressing different. You have people with blue hair, red hair, it's just like, I was speaking to this person the other day. I was like, man, you know what? I like your hair. It was blue. And I didn't say, hey, did you just like lay on a Smurf or something? I didn't say nothing like that. But I really like the uniqueness in their socks. The color to their socks went to their hair. I'm sorry. But
that's fine. You're fine.
Yeah, it was this female, and I just told her I like her hair, and then she explained to me that kind of similar to what you just said, that she just wants to be different and being the same as everybody else is born. That's exactly what she said, and I was just like, yeah, I get it. So I really appreciate you, although I don't know you that well, and she went about her way, and so I enjoyed that conversation and getting to know somebody. It's just like the top of the iceberg sometimes, right? Like you could judge them from afar, but once you like go up and talk to them, you start to realize, or at least I started to realize, that a lot of these people I've spoken to, let's just say within this year, I started to realize that, man, we're all the same. Like you're kind of no different than me in a way, because you're kind of going through some of the same struggles, or have been through some of the similar struggles as me, and you just look different. You know what I mean? That's all it is. You just look different. I look different than you, regardless of what nationality we are. There's no divide. We're all like, I don't want to say we're all one, but we're all just basically one in the sense that we're all the same species, if you will. We're all human. So when you really look at somebody, they look like me, right? They look like you. We all look like each other. Like we all have eyes in the same place, most of us, right? A mouth in the same place, what we call a mouth, eyes, ears. We all look the same in that sense. We just kind of maybe be shorter than the next person or taller than the next person. But when you really get to know people without judgment, then you might see that, even if you had a misunderstanding with somebody, like the show that we did on the 16th, I didn't understand certain things that were said, so my responses were off, and it was because my headphones were broke. And so, but on the live, it just seemed like I wasn't vibing on certain parts of it. But I really did enjoy that live, and I heard what you said at the beginning of this stream about it, a little bit about it. I came in kind of late, and I appreciate you. I appreciate that you felt it like like I did. I really felt that stream. So hopefully we can get together again and do something similar, and get some of this power speak out here, and get the love chat moving. And we had, and I go back and I looked on the matter of fact, I have it up right now on another tab. Live Our Uniqueness, and y'all check that stream out if you haven't checked it out. She posted it on the 16th of this month, and you have over 100 views on that thing right there.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The views will go up and then they'll go down, and then the likes will like go up, and then I look back and they're half gone. It's like, and then people are being unsubscribed, and the only way that I knew that is because my husband was unsubscribed, which of course I'm gonna know that because he's like not getting the notifications that we're live streaming, and he works nights, and he would listen through his earbuds or whatever, but he's not getting notified. So I don't know if they figured that. I don't know. Maybe they think he's a computer bot. I don't know, but he's a person. So yeah, he would have to search for him if I had time to call him first. And then we just realized, when all of this went on with those messages, when people were putting comments under, the only ones that came through were the ones that were under yours on Myrna, who's awesome. But when she made a comment on her own accord of her own esteem, I could not respond to them. I could not find them. They were not put into the hold, or they were nowhere. They were gone. So I had to respond under the thread where she made other comments where they actually did show up. Let her know, I don't know what's going on, but I can't see your comments because I'm not blocking her. I'm not blocking anyone. But she wasn't the only one. There was another person that made another comment. They show up in the amount of comments, but you can't see their comments, and neither can I. As the creator, I can't see them. It's odd. There's just some weird stuff going on. The computer's going wild. But I think we have something to do with that. It's our energies, our frequencies, our vibrations, the things we're setting out. We're becoming the self-awareness of who we are in truth. And yeah, we all have different wrappers, and we're each unique. But when it comes down to it, we are all equal. And there's nothing that is like, let's say, the things you're able to do. And then somebody thinks they can't do the things that you're doing, or the things that I talk about. And somebody says, oh, I can't do those type of things, or I don't have that going on within me. That's wrong. There's nothing off limits. Everybody has access to everything. It's a matter of removing the doubt and going after it. Don't take no for an answer, and don't doubt yourself. You realize how unique, wonderful, and perfectly that you're made. Every spiritual ability is meant to be at our disposal. It's a part of our experience. That's a part to enhance our experience. Us being born with a mind wipe and then coming into the understanding, and then decluttering and having to go through all that. Maybe that's why it took me decades, because I was older and I had a lot longer period in that old paradigm of law, obey, purchase, buy, do, and then it took longer to permeate and purge up and out. Because I see younger people that are coming into this understanding about themselves, leapfrogging through this like so quickly. And that is what my heart wants to see, because the more people that know how amazing and how there's nothing off limits to anybody, we become more self-aware. And then we also will interact with our surroundings, and things will change in a manner of tick-tock time. Like within seconds, we'll see beautiful skies. We'll have clean, pure water. The only reason we can think that there's contaminated water, they gave us that Fukushima thing. They gave us, this, that, or, this water's no good. No, you know what? If we get that out of our head, stop taking that outside stuff and allowing it to permeate in us as a truth. Let's start going in here and look for the truth, and then reflect out and say, no, there's nothing in my water that will calcify, or there's nothing that will calcify my third eye. There's nothing in the way. There's nothing here unless I manifested it myself. So if I'm thinking my water is pure and healthy and good for me, then guess what? My water is good and pure and healthy for me. But if I'm doubting or angry, or just like the snowflake experiment, there was nothing more plain put out but that experiment that was done on the snowflakes when he wrote love and hate, and the way that the difference. One came out absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. The other one was a schism. It was just distraught. And so when we're doubting ourselves, we're making that schism. But when we're not, and we have that understanding, then we're making that beautiful snowflake. So when we can do that with water by just putting masking tape on a cup and writing a word on it, okay, and then have those kind of results, imagine what happens when more and more of us come into this awareness. Every river will be pure. Every ocean will be drinkable. Every animal and creature will be fine and harmless. It's out of our own fears and doubts that makes this separation, or makes this experience happen in the way that we interact with it. We no longer need to react. It's time for us to interact. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to explain with the consciousness evolution we're going through, and everything coming back into our awareness, we know what we're able to do. We have Disintegral has joined the chat. He's in England, and he has something what I call the magic window. He has been recording his outside skies for a very long time. And he actually wrote himself a program in order to bring these abstract images into full view for even a third dimensional thinking person can see what he's showing there. So no matter what level of, and again, there's not a better than or less than, because we're all equal. But somebody at a 3D level can look with the program he wrote and see what the heck is going on. And I call it his magic window because before he even wrote that program, oh my God, the things that were going on in his skies, it's magical. I mean, that's what this place is. But it came from him. It's a reflection of his interaction with his surroundings, and he records it and shows it to everybody.
That sounds pretty good. I know it takes a lot of work to write a program and things, so that's a pretty good talent. And to be able to do that and to be able to show, have a presentation. So what is it that was seen in the sky even before the program was written?
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Angels, hearts, dragons. And dragons are not a bad thing. So let's not worry about a dragon being a positive or a negative. Let's take any kind of things off the table there. We would see his sky, his clouds would be there and then disappear. And then, poof, come right back. It would pixelate out. It would reflect. The sky would do like a refractional thing, and then come right back. The sky would be purple, or different colors, like rainbow colors would show up. Clouds would be pink, like cotton candy, and then back away. And with the blue sky. I mean, you name it. He's captured it. He's been doing it for a long time, and it was very calming because he would start at the recording and he would just start recording and he would leave it up live all day for anybody that wants to pop in or pop out, at your leisure. And if you needed to help to ground out or calm your mind or get your mind off, maybe you got something going on and you're wanting to get your mind off it. Watching his magic window, as I call it, brought much peace, inner peace to me. And even with everything that I've had transpire, I could go to that space and I could just kind of lose myself in it. Think about Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. And, you go, it looks like a factory from the outside, but then when you go in, everything's edible and everything's candy and everything, it's magic in there. And the place just keeps going on and on and on. That's how I feel when I look at his window. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. And it's a heck of a healing and restorative place. At least it is for me.
Okay. So you're saying it's being filmed out of a window?
Yeah, it's actually, he is recording his own skies from his window. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. If I could, I was wondering if his channel is by the same name.
Yeah, it is. He should be wrenched. Let me check over there. Yeah. Yeah. And he's also on my homepage. So, a lot of the people that have been with me that I've known for a while, you'll find them on my homepage. So it makes it very easy to locate them and subscribe to them. But Lee, would you mind, if it's accessible to you, putting your link in there so people can grab it real quick? And again, I'm going to put the invite up because I think it would be amazing if he wants to come in and actually, do it justice for what he actually captures, because I actually went to ECETI and we had some photo anomalies. I mean, wow. And we knew that we took the pictures, but he also is able to with his spiritual discerning eyes, he can pull out the images behind the images. And I did send over the original to him, and he did a video with me, and he went through the whole process of what he did and what he's seen and what was going on. And he also authenticated that it was an actual photo. So, I mean, we were on an inside building, and there was freaking wings on the ceiling that showed up in this picture that they weren't there. Not when you, and even the walls of the building were a different color than what they truly are. I mean, it was phenomenal, and he just does phenomenal work in several different areas, not just his magic window. So let me put that in there again and see if he wants to, because he's got a lot of different skill sets and talents. Not that we all have access to everything, so just know that. But some of us, we amplify certain things because we enjoy it, and if we enjoy it, and that's where our passion is, that gift will be multiplied, like the talents. He had 5 and he made it into 10. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay. You answered for me. You said, yeah, okay. But it's all good. I love your outfit. I love the background. Everything looks really good.
Except for the pixelation.
Oh, yeah. It looks like water.
Yeah. It's my mic. My mic puts a shadow, and that makes it pixelate over there. I'll figure something out with the lighting. The studio's not done. It's just money kind of went really short. I've had to, sorry guys, but Photoshop's gone. It was $9.99 a month that I was having to pay to have that software, and they went up to $29.99 a month, and now I've got very limited access to Photoshop because I just couldn't afford it anymore. And StreamYard, I paid for this for a year. We'll see, how it goes with that, and where my budget's at, if I can afford to just pay for another year having this, because I enjoy being able to have people come on like this. This is an easy way of talking and sharing. So I'll play it by ear, and I'll see how the finances go. They advertise on videos, right? I'm a monetized channel. But did you know that, let's see, I had like 400 and something views in a 48-hour period. I made, I think it said 1.5 cents, 1.5 pennies. Yeah. So just imagine how many views it takes with ads to finally reach that mandatory minimum to even get them to make a payment to you. It's redunculous. This doing this, and this propagate, it is out of love. It is completely an act of love, which will go completely in the red, just to have people know how wonderful they are. But I also know that once everybody understands how wonderful they are, there won't be any going in the red. We won't have that conundrum anymore. It'll be a thing of the past. Just like Marina was talking about. Where do you see medical in the future? I'm going to propose that to you. Where do you see medical, the whole medical industry going in the future, propagate? Or do you prefer meta?
That's all good. Either or is fine.
Just don't call you late for dinner.
Yes. Yeah, I seen that written there. That was nice. I was laughing. Yeah. I'm not really into politics. I mean, I know that's not technically politics, but I don't know much about the medical industry. But just off top, based on the movies I've seen, I'll just say that maybe we will have like, I would just basically say, I guess you could say logically, I guess it would make sense that it would evolve. So some of the tools that are used in the medical industry will just be evolved, I guess, right? I don't know, maybe the X-ray machine will be evolved. Like I don't know. But I know what you're asking, but I just don't know what to say. I guess you could say it. I just say that I think that everything will just probably be evolved and a lot easier, a lot smoother, because now we have computers. Back in the day, we didn't have computers, so We had computers depending on how far you go back, but it's not like it is now, is what I'm saying. Now you have the iPhone 800.
Exactly.
And
Remember when computers were so expensive that it was like, few and far between that anybody had a personal computer in their house. Now people have like up 3 or 4 of them.
yep, it's like a TV set. If you go to a neighborhood where you see a lot of houses, you got to like, I assume like, okay, I bet you like in that house right there, it has like at least 4 TV sets in there. you know,
One in
and
each
and that's
bedroom, and yep.
yeah, definitely. And that's just one house. And you got to just think like going into like the programming aspect of it, man. So it's just like wow. So that's why it's good that we have streams like this that teach peace and love. You know what I mean? Because not a lot of shows that are on television from the last time I checked. Depends on where you look. I'm not gonna say every show or program is you shouldn't watch it, but and again it depends on how much you watch. But I rather flood myself with positivity. So I'm happy that you're doing the streams that you're doing.
Well, Myrna has a future projection, which I agree with her, that the medical industry as a whole will no longer be necessary. Because once we understand what's going on within us and we get rid of um the thoughts of harming another or victimization or wanting control over others or anger and things of that, or it's like, as we were talking about the other day, you clean the inside of the cup and then the outside is clean. We become more healthy, we age regress, and our bodies repair, our cells regenerate. Our cells regenerate by nature. It's whenever we're holding anger and bitterness, against a brother or sister, which is again like breaking some kind of a spiritual law, because we're sending energy that is not healthy towards that individual, another unique individual. So, her future projection, and I'm in agreement with it, is that it won't be needed in the way that it is now. It will only be like for if somebody falls out of a tree or something. But even then, I think we would get to a point where their mom and dad would just walk up and grab onto their arm and send that pure love, and it will just instantly heal. Who knows? We're limitless.
Right. Yeah. Because you're reminding me now of me seeing programs on YouTube about vibration, how vibration can eradicate certain diseases and things of that nature. And so maybe we'll log into that more, in the future, vibration. But from what I've seen, that is known now, but I don't think that it's a practice, at least on the mainstream. So I don't know if it will ever be, because you still have medicines that need to be sold, in my opinion. So we'll see. We'll definitely
Well,
see. I mean, there's a big change going on now, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but from my
no, you're
research
good.
today, well, not my research, but when I was online today, I came across a video talking about a reset. Do you know anything about a reset happening right now or anything like that?
What what they're thinking is a reset. They're thinking it's going to be like some kind of a governmental, physical, financial balancing back into equality. What the reset, what I would think would be more like an event, and that will be at the tipping point when we are aware enough within each of us of how much we have say so in what is going on around us. Instead of reacting to the environment, we then are interacting with it, and we remove all that. We remove anything that puts oppression or trying to control one another, or anything that keeps anybody sick, or and we start to do our own internal housekeeping. And by keeping our own house clean, that's the only one we should even ever think about, is our own self. And the place is changing. In the 20 plus years that I've been going through this, it is ramped up so fast. And since, oh my gosh, what, 2013, 2012, from 2012 on, it's almost like every other year the amount of people coming out of the woodwork has doubled, and it keeps doubling and keeps doubling. So it's like there's so many more people like you, even though you still have questions, and you still have things that you're still trying to think logically. How will this work? when the truth is you can do anything. And we have to kind of equalize that left side of the brain with the right side. Don't bring the right side up higher than the left side. Don't neglect the left side of logic for the creative side of, from the right side. They need to be in balance. But at the same time, we have lifted the left side, logical side, where everything has to be proven or make sense, to a point that is so high that the right side of the brain is shrunken down so small, and it's such a small part of at least it was for me. It was such a small part of my life at that point when this all started happening, that I had no earthly idea that anything that I am witnessing and going through now was possible. Now I'm sitting there kicking myself like, man, I wish I would have known what I know now earlier. But I had to go through the process of getting all that falseness that was brought up with, or what I was reacting to on the third dimensional level, out of the way. And we have Lee Disintegra in the house. And as I said before, he does photo authentication. He will tear them down to the root. He will show you what is in those images beyond what is actually visible in those images. And he also has the magic window. Welcome.
Hey, Michelle, how are you doing?
I'm good. I've been missing you.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. But I needed some time to heal.
Oh, haven't we all?
Yeah, it's been it's difficult, but it's getting easier every day. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's propagate this light.
Hello, mate. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Same. Nice to meet you.
I'm going to give you two the floor instead of playing that video, and then I'm going to go use the girls' room. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So I've literally only been paying attention for the last half an hour or so because I was asleep before. So, I mean, this is unlike me to just jump in, and I don't know. I just wanted to say hi and show my support and love.
Right.
And if I had anything to offer about the subject, but
Right. It's always a good time. I mean,
it's been you've covered a lot of ground over the last 20 minutes or so. So it's
Right. Well, it's nice to have you. I get you're here, so it was meant for you to be here, even though you came in. Like you said, you came in a little late, but so did I. So it's all good,
Yeah, I just thought I'd say hello. I mean, I've been promising Michelle I'd drop in at some stage and do a proper thing, but I'm a little bit shy when it comes to other people's channels, particularly if they have more subscribers or whatever. I mean, I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff personally, but do you know what I mean? You know that there are going to be more people hearing what you're going to say. It's a little bit daunting, and I kind of rely on the idea that people will turn up. They'll come to you because they're drawn to you one way or another, and they'll ebb and flow like a tide. So that it's like I'll do my stuff, but I don't put it out there because it's not. It's more my thing for me, and an experiment and a combination of different things. And if that interests people, if they've got the patience for it, and they want to hang around and act or watch or whatever, then they can. There's no obligation, I mean, these streams can go on for hours, so it's a lot can happen. There's a lot of magic and wonder going on above us, and it's hard to say what exactly it's all about and what it relies on, what it's relating to. And obviously there are a lot of perspectives out there, and I keep my perspective about it very open, and I don't tend to commit or cling to specific ideas or ways of thinking about what's going on. I think what brought me here was when Michelle mentioned the term Great Reset, and that's an area of research that's covered by a lot of the people in the Tartarian server that I spend a lot of time in. And it is interesting to go back and find some of this information out. And I mean, what else are you going to do if you're locked down and you're doing your shadow work and everything else, and you want to keep yourself okay, mate, you have to go. I don't know if you had to. I'll say goodbye.
Oh no, I will. I'm interested in your story, so I'm listening right now.
Okay.
That's for A&A for later.
All right, that's fine.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I want to hear the rest of your story, though. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. Where was I? So yeah, the whole Great Reset thing is very interesting. It seems to, I mean, it's what it implies, isn't it? That it's not just going to be a mini reset; it's a great reset. So I mean, like, there's a lot of ways of looking at it, and it's interesting that term was floating around in the conspiracy theory world for a few years before suddenly Klaus Schwab and the UN and are using these terms in their more recent propaganda. So yeah, a lot can happen, but I mean, I think this reality, whatever this thing is, it works in terms of keeping a cosmic balance. It has to maintain a balance, and so for every good or bad thing that happens, there will also be something on the other end of the equation to balance it out, if that makes sense. So no matter what they do, there is a certain laws and principles of this reality that have to be abided by. And although the dynamics between them shift over time and in different ages or whatever, the general principles are still there, so it's a case of they have their own little rules to work, they being who we consider to be the controllers or whatever, the Illuminati, whoever. But kind of losing my train of thought here. The infinite mind eraser is chasing after my brain. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? You notice it. These little there's another thing you start to notice, these little patterns about how this reality works and what the functions of these things are, and you actually start to notice, like, hang on a minute, I had a thought process going on here. And that thought process was going somewhere, but then something comes along as if to say, no, you can't be thinking like that. We've got to kind of rub this out as you go along. You remember that scene in Alice in Wonderland, the Disney cartoon, where she's walking along following a path, but there's this kind of sweeping creature that is literally sweeping the path away, so that when she turns back, she can't go back because she's lost the path. It's kind of like that, there's something that's kind of scurrying after your thought process with a dustpan and brush, sweeping as much of it away as possible. That's just one of the things anyway. Like, I don't know, I'm reality testing, right? And that's what my project's all about. It's like, I feel that if you observe a given phenomena that has this mainstream understanding for long enough, you'll notice that the mainstream understanding is untrue, that what they say happens and what actually happens begins to break down, that under observation and using principles around symmetry and mirroring, you can begin to see that there is something more to what you're observing, and that there are forces and influences. I'm being as vague as possible here because I need to avoid defining things too much, because it could all be stigmatized. There are many indications of what may be up there, anything from advanced technological structures and craft to, Vimanas and flying islands and mountains, to, even potentially the idea of planets. I mean, I'm not going to rule anything out, but I'm not committed to an idea or a model or a principle. So anything goes. And with that kind of mindset, it's almost like this matrix struggles in a sense to whatever's affecting our perception, struggles to then be able to present to you what it wants you to see, because there's too many potentialities. And so then you begin to see multiple layers of potentials happening, right? I mean, there could be holograms, there could be peering into another dimension of reality, right? It could be so many different things. It could be some kind of stealth technology. It could be projections, anything. It could actually be real cloud beings, light beings, anything. There could be actual consciousness there, and that is it also interacting with us there. And it does feel that there are many layers to it, relating to many aspects of reality. And I think if you, my point was that if you observe something long enough, then you realize that it gives away the fact that what we're told about this world isn't exactly isn't exactly true. And actually the reason they've told us and tried to teach us in a certain way is actually an attempt to control our perception of reality. But by relinquishing that, you can then begin to see it for what it really is, which is this fluid mass of potentials. And obviously a lot of it may be there. I mean, this is the thing, I feel that there is a core truth to it that has kind of rung true throughout the whole thing, and that is that every time I've done it and I've seen things emerging, I get a presence with it. I get a feeling that something is watching me back. It's not a one-way process. It's a two-way process. And I think because I'm watching something, it's watching me, and therefore it creates this kind of engine of creativity. That's the best way I can describe it. But I think it does very much flow into things. There could be angels, there could be demons, it could be dragons, it could be, and a lot of the people I know, a lot of the other sky watchers are seeing the same things too. And all these possibilities and potentials, I'm not prepared to just dismiss or wipe them out, but at the same time, I'm not prepared to commit to them either. And I think it's that kind of delicate balance of that fine line of perception there, that trying to stay true to, because that's actually what is opening the gateway to a higher understanding, in a sense. But the other thing is that I also have to be mindful of a whole bunch of other stuff like MK Ultra mind control and Project Bluebeam and Voice of God technology and all of this lot, all of those propagandistic fear factor aspects to the information that we've, I'm sure a lot of you have gone through a truth process as well. You kind of get exposed to these very dark, difficult to process concepts that, wow, I could, not only is this reality not what they tell me, but then I'm bombarded every day by all kinds of things that trying to reinforce this false reality, and
that leads into the last thing that was brought up in here, is like recognizing light workers. Light workers will recognize the things that are out of balance, and they will magnify that and to in order to either eliminate what is oppressing or but just from listening to what Lee is talking about, these different things that have been put out into the narrative to lead us astray from seeking within, to keep us still reacting to the outside world. It just shows, there you go. There's a light worker. You can discern whether somebody's a worker from the light, because they will point out injustices. They may not even know that they're actually pointing out the inequalities or the oppressions or the false information that's put out on the stage. But that's a way of discerning. So you may find that you're already doing these things and you're not quite acknowledging that you're just light. You're just amazing. But that is because that's on the topic list on what we're talking about tonight. And I just heard him just rattle off a whole kit and caboodle gamut of all kinds of different falsities that are out there as a part of this narrative and these secret programs and this and that and controlling and oppressing to try to grab the narrative.
Absolutely.
They want to harness this awakening and to stifle it, to prolong it as long as possible, because those who do not understand it or have gapped themselves so far from it because they like to be in control, or they like the money, or they like they like the position that they hold. They don't want to see the equality or the balance come into play. When their heart is right, when they get, when they start doing the inner work, all that stuff that they're holding on to right now falls away. You want everybody to know this about themselves. And light workers, people that work in the light, point these things out, these falsities. So I just wanted to tap on that because you just gave an excellent example of somebody who works in the light. And they get frustrated. Light workers will get frustrated when they see these false narratives or corruption or imbalances. They'll get frustrated. They'll get upset. And a lot of times they'll withdraw from situations that they see that are not balanced and not equal. So, yeah.
Right. I mean, yeah, I've tried to keep away from labels now. Generally, even the light work label is a little bit, how you say, is a loaded expression. So, I mean, I kind of realizing like this whole idea of the middle pillar, the middle path. You've got the light and the dark, but you need, in order to truly individuate and really begin this process of full integration, you need to acknowledge both and work out a way of integrating both of those things into you. Because we're not meant to be one or the other. We're meant to be the balance of both. And that means sometimes making difficult decisions, which could, often, this is what I mean, is like, you can see it, how it manifests in our life path through all the different decisions we've made over the course of our life. It's not a straight path, it's a zigzag. It goes left, right, middle, up, down, sideways. It doesn't, it's never a straight path. And sometimes even you'll be making decisions but even in the past when you're probably less aware and you're doing things, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, because I think ultimately when you look back, you realize that even in your more unconscious periods, you were somehow guided in a way that somehow meant that your decisions brought you to where you are now. The balance was maintained, because if you are at where you are at now, as you are, then you've done something right, right, left, whatever. But it's, that kind of integration is really necessary. And it means that sometimes we have to make difficult decisions or do things which may not necessarily seem like good at the time, because how many times have you had to say no and you feel bad, like you're being punished and guilt tripped by your own conscience because you've had to make a decision based on the need for your own boundaries, right? And you need to have impeccable boundaries, and if you don't maintain them, then you'll be walked all over. So it's a principle. It's like sometimes you have to say no, and that's what I mean. Even all these little decisions add up to this journey of like zigzags and meanders like a river. Because no person's journey is straight. It's, you're going to teeter back and forth between dark and light always, like so far have been. And that's the thing, like trying to determine who the real me is and who the real you is, like, and that's what this awakening process, I'm realizing, like, I was not the same person. I was not that person. There was something else there. And I think, like when you go onto automatic pilot, for instance, it's almost like it's been compromised. So you can't for one moment take your hands off the wheel, because the moment you do, something's waiting to literally, spin the wheel and make your car swerve. So it's
Right.
there's a
Right.
real there's a lot of things that people need to acknowledge and understand about this reality, and they're not going to be able to do that if they can't see that, and that takes time and work and whatever. So
Right. Yeah, I think it's good that we stay conscious. I definitely agree with what you said. Because when you're unconscious, it's like something else is taking the wheel. And I've always told people, like, if you're out of control, then what is controlling you? So do you believe that there's something that walks with people, that takes advantage of someone that's ignorant, or ignorant meaning like not knowing, or just unconscious? Let's say unconscious. Do you think that there's something spiritual that controls people to do things and kind of lives through that person in doing those things when you're unconscious?
Through my research, I would say, yeah, I think that's a possibility. And I mean, it's written about. You can find it in all kinds of cultures and texts and stuff. Anyway, it talks about this kind of these entities that can basically are constantly inflicting suffering and pain on the human race by utilizing our own nature against us. And that's one of the things you'll notice about what's been going on is, like, with all of these impositions on our rights and stuff suddenly coming in on a worldwide scale, so there's a lot of aspects obviously to look at this, because it's a double-edged sword, right? It's not all bad. It's that there are also other aspects to it which are good. So, but in a sense, I've been finding in my own process, and as I've been researching as well, that it's like there's your mind, but then there's the mind of these entities, and one of the things that it does is it makes you believe that it is you, and then when you actually begin to wake up and you realize that you've been living in a dream, and in that dream world something else has been driving your body, and you've literally been behind almost like spent most of that time watching yourself on television, and it's a weird experience to snap out of. And wow, I really wasn't. I thought I was in control, but I really wasn't. I was making all kinds of terrible decisions. But at the same time, you could also argue that in all of these things that happened, they were providing lessons to learn and ways of growing as well. And there is something I've noticed as well with the whole, one of my stories, my personal history is mental illness and depression and anxiety mainly, and how there is a connection between mental ill health and more spiritual matters along these lines. And you can realize that then these are particular entities which are influencing negative thoughts and ideas, and trying to overwhelm you, and eventually you realize that it's not you that's doing it, because it's not our true nature to hate ourselves. And so when you've got a voice telling you all kinds of hateful things to yourself, and you realize that isn't me, why would I ever do that? That doesn't even make sense that it's not normal to be that way. I don't even know what normal is, but it's not right for a human being to have to feel that way about themselves. So then it's not you. That it's that there is an aspect where it is you. Of course, that's the bit where you take responsibility, because you've given your power away to something that's influencing you into that mindset. But you take your power back and actually acknowledge and aware that there's this influence there trying to do that, and you can it doesn't like being looked at. It's like the moment you discover that it's there, it becomes terrified, and then it goes through this process. It mimics the subconscious process of flicking through your traumas and your memories at great speed, because what it's doing is looking for the next trauma, the next painful thing, the best thing that will happen, that will elicit the kind of thing that it needs to feed from. So when you notice that, and the difference between that and your natural subconscious process is that your natural subconscious process will find a resolution eventually. It will go through, it will cycle through all of this stuff, but it will grow and it will evolve and it will change in its perception over time, right? But you know it's not your subconscious when it's something that cycles over and over again endlessly and is continuously torturous and horrible, with no resolution, because they're not letting you find resolution. And that's a subconscious mind trap that they do. And it's very interesting. You can tell the difference by, there's a few markers in your mind where you can kind of start realizing that's not me, that's something else doing that. What's going on here? And then they get terrified. And I'm finding that as you do the shadow work, as you face the traumas, as you do the really difficult stuff, it becomes more integrated, and therefore there are fewer triggers, there are fewer traumas, there are fewer memories for it to use against you in that control, right? It's trying to find a way of controlling, and it will do it through this kind of torturous process of feeding and feed from you as well. So.
Okay. Yeah, I just have one more question.
That's my way of looking at it. I mean, they're called the archons. I mean, or the Zion parasite, or there are lots of different, with the Witiku virus. There's all kinds of names for it, but it's this kind of, and all kinds of different ways of seeing it as well. The Gnostics have one approach, and the Kabbalists will see it in a slightly different way. But the ultimate aspect would be duality, and that these things can also be used as ways of directing us to areas of ourselves that we need to work on anyway, right? If something's trying to use a trauma to get us into a negative state, then we can use that as a marker. We say, oh, okay, well, that is a difficult pain. Maybe I should be looking at that anyway, right? And I think that's how you can win against it as well. You use it as an opportunity to do the shadow work and the only reason why it has those things to feed on in the first place is because they're unresolved within anyway, right? They need to be worked on. So if anything, they're doing you a favor, and that's the whole messed up side of it. So then you start to wonder, well, are these things good or are they bad? And that's where the duality comes in. That you find that God is actually both the devil and the God. It's a whole thing, and it's very interesting.
Okay, I just had a quick question before I get up out of here. I attend this conversation is really enlightening. I really do like it. What do you think that? And I'll take this answer off air. So I just like to say right now, thank you for having me on ANA, and nice meeting you. Just how do you pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
Lee. It's so easy.
My real name is Lee,
and he's awesome.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to take it on a major crazy tangent or anything. But that's just kind of, I've been doing a lot of shadow work and trauma work this year, so it's part of my ongoing process.
Right, and you're sharing it, and it's very enlightening to me, and I do appreciate everything that you said. But my question, I'll take off air the answer. What are those things feeding on that you said that they're feeding? What are they feeding on? And thank you for having me on. Take it off air. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
I appreciate you all the time. Propagate. Peace out to you. Much love. And remember, your voice is powerful. Remember that.
Thank you. Rock steady.
Thank you. You rock steady. You rock steady. I did just put the StreamYard link in the in the chat. This is open, because we're talking about our uniqueness, the consciousness levels, self-aware hyper consciousness, and which is what we're becoming. Lee brought up a good point about light workers have a stigma now to it, but we don't look at labels here. What I was talking about is discerning the difference between somebody who is working from their heart, who is not wanting to oppress and control or tell you who you can and cannot talk to. They are the ones that will point out the disparages or the control measures or things that are in place that are out of balance to our uniqueness and our rights to life and our experience of being, and should not be negotiated or relegated or dictated to us by anybody. Nobody has the right over another being. We have the right over one being, and that is ourselves, and that's enough. And we, at our nature, we don't want to hurt each other. That's a part of us being confused. In our confusion, we hurt each other. So, okay, go ahead, Lee, and you can answer his question. I just wanted to interject on all of the amazing things that you have shared.
Sure. I mean, obviously, I don't want to take this into too dark a route, but he was asking about what do they feed on. So, from my understanding, there's a guy called Robert Monroe who did the Gateway experience and a lot of remote viewing and stuff. He wrote about it, and he coined the term lieu, which is basically a kind of emotional energy, which is through our experiences, basically, as we experience things and we have emotional responses. And there are certain emotional responses in particular that it likes, mainly pain and suffering, misery and woe, those, the negative emotions mainly. So there's this idea that these things feed on our negative emotions, and that's why we experience so much pain and suffering in life, because we are being constantly misguided by these beings pretending to be us, fooling us into thinking that they are us, and then we make decisions. But the universe has ways of correcting that anyway. I believe that through the while you're unconscious and unawake, you're not in that conscious place. You'll be guided anyway, right? I mean, the automatic pilot will take you through the experiences you need to have in order to wake up. And until then, you can rest assured that those experiences will be in balance with the universe, because the universe will find a way of balancing that out, either through your own folly or somebody else's. So, but it gets to that point where you wake up and you become a player character, and you realize, okay, well, I can actually influence and have a say in these decisions that the universe likes to make, and whatever. But it's a term called lieu, just emotional energy. So the idea is that through the enlightenment process, through individuation, through this transformational process that many of us are going through, and I think automatically through our own biological process anyway, but also there seems to be this kind of collective evolution going on as well. And I think that it's very interesting to note how we are collectively individuating.
And part of the process is we learn to shield ourselves up, so we no longer allow those influences to take over and feed off of our energy. We no longer allow our essence to be pulled off of us, and as they are not being able to get reactions by their actions, by being fluid like water, non-resistant, or to stop the not allowing them to get under your skin or bring some kind of an emotional response out of us that would bring up anger or any type of emotion that is that could actually send out those energy packages that do harm to another. They want you to fall under spiritual law again and get stuck in this loop. Well, as we can become more and more aware of this, we set up that shield, that the Bible calls it the full armor of God. Some call it that bubble around us, and we no longer feed them. And what happens when they are no longer able to feed off of the reactions of other beings or controlling them and things like that? They'll start to starve, and when they start to starve, they'll feel that pressure. When they feel that pressure, they'll seek, and when they seek, they will find, and they'll find out everything is within themselves. They'll stop trying to control everybody else, and they'll start looking at, I'm here to have a soul growth expansion, and through my experiences, I'm learning and growing and expanding, but I'm responsible for my own actions. So whatever I've done or thought on another being, those are the things that I need to balance out those sheets on. But as for what goes in my mouth, or if I want to drink a beer, or what, so many people judge on so many weird things. It's not what goes into the body that defiles the person. It's what's in our thoughts, what we say, and what's in our heart, which means everything is inside of us. When I talk about people that are light workers, they can't handle the disharmony or the inequality, the out of balance that is going on, such a huge disparage of the haves and the have-nots. And what I'm talking about is the light that shines from their heart. I'm not saying or denoting that you're it's a label. I'm not putting out as a label. I don't believe in labels. I think every different terminology, every different area of this place has their own verbiage, and they call it whatever they're comfortable with. Whatever it is that you're comfortable with, that will keep you walking on your path and moving forward, getting those awesome affirmations. Keep doing it. It's an inside job, and only we can do and choose for ourselves on the directions that we're going to take and what inner work, that we're going to do within in order to make the changes for self. Don't go around thinking that you can control and change other people. That's not the right heart set. When we have children, let's use that as an example. When we have children, we raise them up, but they're still unique. We don't try to take away from their personality. We don't try to take away from their uniqueness. We do our best to raise them up where they will not harm themselves or harm another. Those are pretty much, when you think about parenting, those are the two fundamental things that will create discipline or grounding and things like that. They've done something like played with the stove, okay, and gotten themselves hurt, or they have gotten into a fight, or something happened at school where they hurt another. And those would be the things that a parent would be using corrective measures, which are healthy. Because if you're hurting another person, you're breaking spiritual law, you're falling back into reaping and sowing. And that's what we want to have, that zero balance at 0 point. And with perfect love, you are at 0 point and in perfect balance. And as Lee said, you can't neglect one side and emphasize the other, just like with the brain. You can't sit there and lift the left side of the brain, which we have for too long. We think everything has to have logic behind it. It has to make sense. Science has to back it. Everything has to have a reason that we can find that in the 3D realm, and not understanding that we need to bring everything into balance and use the both sides of our brain in balance. Otherwise, from the logic side, that's how we experience and get the affirmations. It's through our touch, sight, hearing, smell, what we experience. The creative side is the creative side, creating so we can experience. If we push down the left side, we're no longer having those awesome experiences. If we overdo the left side, we're now reacting to what's around us instead of interacting. And just integral of all people, your magic window is a huge lesson about being not reactive, interacting with your environment, and how your environment reflected that. Not only reflected it, allowed you to film it, then wrote a program where a third dimensional overly compensated left brain person could see it, perceive it, understand what you're trying to show, and see beyond what they see as the mirror reflection, which is false. The mirror reflection is false. I'm sorry, it's a mirror reflection. It's not for us to react to. We're to work within the confines. We're creating it, and we're creating it. And so we're to interact with reality. It's a mirror. What's going on your magic window is your mirror reflection from what's in here, and everything. Everything. All chakras have to be open. There's even Don't neglect any of them, because all of them have a purpose that need to be served for us to have a full experience. And it's reflected outside your window, and you're able to share it with everybody. And Vivian is, I think she's still working on her book. And she's an author, and she's writing a book. And when she gets ready to publish, she's going to come on and share that. And you got your sound fixed, sweetie, so you can talk? Can you hear us? I hear something in the background. Are you cooking?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Are you cooking good looking?
Can you hear me? Okay. What was going on is I had two windows that were actually open at the same time. I'm gonna turn my cam on, but if I scare anybody, I'll turn it off.
You already had your cam on, hon. It's just showing up all black.
Oh, there I am in the picture. Oh, I look scary. I've been through like a day. So let me pin my hair. I've been in front of the computer for hours, and my hair is just, anyway, so who cares? So yeah, tonight it was really interesting because I'm so glad that I saw that you were on. I'm really happy about that. And I was just talking about you to my girlfriend Sky, and I said, remember, because she listened to the show that I was on, and I told her, I said, Michelle has such a peaceful energy, and yeah, it's so helpful to me, and I really needed that tonight. I was writing for on judgment tonight in my book, and that we cannot point out something in somebody else without it actually coming back around full circle for us to figure out why they did it. Like, there's questions that you can ask that people ask when they're judging another person, and they'll ask something like, why did they do that? What made them do that? This or that. And usually when you do that, you're always going to end up finding out what it was that was done, because the universe wants you to know what it is that the other person was experiencing while you were judging what they were doing. Does that make sense, Michelle?
More than you know, honey. More than you know.
So the book tonight, it's almost finished. I'm up to chapter 11 with my editor, and I'm up to chapter 16 and 17. I'm writing 16 and 17 at the same time, and I just want this done. I do. I'm so overdone for it. So like some of the things you were saying, it was hard to hear because at first what was happening was when I was on YouTube and then I clicked the show, I didn't realize that both StreamYard and YouTube would be playing at the same time, and that was the feedback that I was getting.
Yes, you gotta mute that YouTube.
Well, it was weird. I had no clue that YouTube was, I had to look up and I said, oh, look, you have two browsers at the time. I was thinking about manifestation. I don't know what all y'all talked about tonight because I just came on, but I was really thinking about how quickly a thought manifests, whether it's a positive thought or a negative thought. It manifests very, very quickly. My hair's a mess. I dyed my hair. It's crazy. I have black and brown. I dyed my hair today. I'm trying to open up my my book, if I can get it to open without.
Are you going to do a short reading?
Yeah, I thought if that's okay, or are you okay with that, Lee?
Are you up for listening to a little reading from her book?
I don't mind. I'm happy to go off and give you the floor and.
No, we're gonna jump all over her with feedback.
I can if this is your guest, I'm gonna pop out.
This is open format, honey. I'm trying to do a free flow show. Everybody come on and share what you know so we can listen and grow. Come into this together.
Y'all keep talking until I'm going to try to find something that I was.
Yeah, because hey, Lee, when she's done, man, we can just be so hypercritical on her. Oh, we're going to tear that book apart, sister. I'm kidding, honey. That's what you get for making me blush.
I love your sense of humor.
I'm trying to look for a chapter called Prayers, Forgiveness, Love, and Lack of Judgment are the Keys to Happiness. and it would be chapter 7. So that's what I'm kind of like searching down here to try to find. The book ended up being a lot longer than in time frame, but it's also a lot longer than I actually expected it was going to be. I kind of just went with what flowed out of me, like as it came up, and I wrote it. Try to do it. If y'all want to talk while I look, and then because I'm searching through this Word program real quick.
All right, well, you search through this Word program, and I'm going to use the girls. And in the meantime, we're going to play this really cute thing that I put together. I don't think Lee's got a chance to see it, but he's about to. I released one on my channel, but it's not the same one. This is one I played on the live stream the other day. So here we go.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Gotta love it. Oh my gosh, those are so fun, and they really make me smile. I hope they bring smiles to other people. I mean, yeah, it's just the timing. Was when I get the timing up with the clips, with the music, to get the music, get everybody dancing together, and yeah, and. I released another one. It's not the same one as this one. I'll release this one later since I've been using it as a Fast Go TT or whatever. I didn't this time. This time we used it so Vivian can find her spot in the book. Mm-hmm. But
I got it.
They're to bring a smile no matter what's going on. Remember, flow. You're dancing. All you, Viv.
I had, I was looking for one, but then I just stopped where I found something that I had wrote. It's not a whole lot, but I was trying to find something on judgment, and then I'll look for another part, but I'll just bring this up. It says, judgment is all around us. causing suppression and fear in the hearts of those who have not found their own personal relationship or understanding of God. And then it says, look what humans are doing to each other in the name of God while calling it religion. There's so much judgment and control and condemnation in this world. The church is the most common place where others can boast that they are better than you. So many people in organized churches are hinting that you are going to a place called hell if you do not believe as they do. And then I give a list of I think there's like 12 little list of stuff, like here's some questions to ponder on judgment. And I thought that would be maybe something fun we could do together real quick. And so it says, here are some questions to ponder on judgment and beliefs. And number one is, does it make you better than others to condemn others' beliefs of God? And I'll tell you a little background about why I wrote this, if that's okay.
Of course.
Okay. So, mainly how I grew up was in a really religious family instead of versus more of a spiritual understanding of God. And so I had to really fight for my own belief system. And actually, after a while, it just became more of an empowerment to me to be able to believe the way that I did without the judgment of somebody else. So then another question is it helping you to slow down and hear what God is telling you by calling other beliefs false? So other people, what they believe false. And another, number 3 is denying another person's God-given gifts, helping you find your gifts. And that's another part that I was writing on tonight is how some gifts can become, you have a gift and then it's given to you to use, but even just the suppression of maybe growing up in a home where your gifts may be suppressed, but that doesn't mean that they're not still there, that they can be, pushed aside because of other people's insecurities. I think we're all gifted and believe that everyone has some kind of a calling, whether they find that calling in this dimension or in another one, that we all have one. And then have number 4, have you ever thought that the reason a person puts someone else's beliefs down is because they may not be secure in their own beliefs? So the need for everybody to follow together and believe the way you do so that they will feel safe and comfortable in what they believe. And I think for me, what finally helped me in my life was that it was okay that other people did not.
Okay, she just froze up. Hopefully she'll pop out and pop back in. Or you could read without your...
okay.
We missed that.
I don't know what happened. I froze, but I hope you can still hear my voice.
Okay, hopefully you know where it started to freeze, and then you can go from there.
I said that, have you ever... wait a minute. Have you ever thought that the reason a person puts someone else's beliefs down is because they may not be secure in their own beliefs? And that's a reality, because a lot of people need the numbers to, believe the way that they do. It may be that they want you to believe the way that they do for them to feel more secure in their own belief. Once I became secure in my belief, it really no longer mattered what another person believed or not, if they had the same belief system as me. So that was what I said about that one. And then number 5 is, when did just hearing someone else's thoughts on God ever become a threat to your own beliefs? So these are really good questions to ponder, because how can just listening to another person's beliefs be a threat to you? It could actually, by being open to, like, I love listening to you, so I'm very open to the things you have to say. And if they fit me, they fit me, and I'm old enough to take what I like and leave the rest. It says, have you ever really listened when someone shares with you their beliefs in relation to God without telling them that they are wrong? So that's a big thing that happens a lot. No, you're wrong. And that's not a conversation. I believe that has nothing to do with conversation. That has to do with dominance. So I just think it should be left out when it says, no, it's not that way. Well, I don't believe it's that way. I don't believe that any of us are in this dimension because we are all on the same exact path. I believe that each one of us are in a different sort of classroom, that we're dealing with. And then number 7 is, have you ever contemplated your own relationship with God outside what was taught in organized religion? Number 8, have you ever thought that it is not any of your business what another's relationship with God is? So somebody else's beliefs, you can share yours, they can take what they like and leave the rest, but it's not my place to save somebody else. And when I talk about saved, for me, saved just basically means that it's not that God saved me, but I saved myself with God by allowing myself to have that relationship and receive the gift of peace. So to me, being saved just means finding peace. It doesn't mean I was ever going to a place called hell. So I don't have hell in my, definitions of life. But and then number 10, what if not one person in the church or Bible class you attend believed like you do? Would you be comfortable congregating with them? That's a good thing to think about, And then I don't really go to church or nothing like that, and but I've sat in many groups and different circles, whether I used to go to church, and just sat back and just kind of absorbed. And then number 10, can you think for yourself? So there's 2 number 10s. So I think I just found an error in my book. So that's number 11. Can you think for yourself about your own relationship? And number 12, do you have to ask others' opinions about how God feels about your life? Or if God loves you. So that's something to think about. And then number 13 would be, can you act on the things that are actually taught by Christ, like loving others rather than judging or picking apart what they believe? So that was my book is like a workbook. So there's a lot of different questions in it. And so those were some questions on judgment. But okay, I'm gonna be quiet now and listen to you.
Well, everything that you said, we talk about. Why are we gapping? And if we're judging people because of our own perspectives, by our own gauges of what we deem to be good or bad, we're imposing our own thought system and our own experiences over another person's sovereignty and right to be. It's coming to a point where we're becoming so self-aware and solid in who we are that we're pushing that stuff back. We're not falling into these control patterns anymore. And then you start to just beat to your drum, your uniqueness, your soul. And you're right, everybody has a job. Everybody's job is unique. Everybody's job that they are here to do will do it if they choose to fight it. But it's always a sovereign choice to that divine essence that is within, whether they're going to ask and reach for it. What I found with religious, when these things all started to happen over 2 decades ago, the places that I went to for spiritual help that were to be teaching me weren't even talking about any of this stuff. I was so lost and out of my element. And then we're sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, are you possessed? Or am I crazy? I mean, I went through a gamut, a laundry list of things that, there was something wrong with me. What did I do wrong to bring this stuff about? And then over time, it kept enhancing and enhancing and enhancing. I'm like, okay, I can't get rid of this. I even went to the doctor. They gave me medicine to try and stop it. These things didn't stop. All that started transpiring was my heart started getting bigger. I started loving people more for who they were, not who I wanted them to be. I started seeing them for the light, the individual uniqueness that they have to offer, not what I thought they needed to be doing for me, but what they were already setting at that buffet table so we can all sit and eat together and share and glean from one another. When we have to feel validated by forcing somebody to believe exactly the way that we do, then we are trying to control a situation and to validate what our position is on something. And why do we feel we need to do that? That's a pride issue. And we are not to be sitting on the throne of God or to be God. If we're judging other people, we're sitting on a throne that we don't belong on. We need to get the heck off of there and worry about the one that we have control over. And that's this one.
And
Because this one is the one that's going to have to stand in, and God is within us. And from my perspective, I experience that never far away, ever the gentleman or gentlewoman, it's energy, however you want to put it, with us from the moment we come into this realm until we reach out and ask, and then it's revealed and things come into our awareness. So you want to talk about an unconditional pure love where you will sit idly by and with the free will gift that you bestowed upon your created being, that you will wait patiently and not impose your will upon them or force them to do anything until they ask. And then you're willing to give them every good and pleasant answer and let them know who they truly are and how beautiful and wonderful and perfect love, the pureness of the love. There's nothing that can surpass that love. It's so pure that we want to start to reflect that out to our brothers and sisters, because we know the exact same thing that was quietly sitting within us until we asked is within them. There's no levels of equality. Equality is perfect equality. If we're oppressing, then we think there's something more in us, or we're seeking because we're doubting or we're wanting validity. I love what you have written. You've put it in a very legible way. It's not pro or against religion, because I'm not pro or against. I know a lot of people that love their church. I love my Bible. And
me too.
Just because they go in and they listen to a sermon or whatever, the pastor's not telling everybody, how they need to act. I don't know how. This is the thing, the imbalance that I have a hard time justifying. How can we take an omnipotent, all-powerful being that thought, spoke, and the spirit moved and created all this, and then created us, the pinnacle of creation, after the likeness and image of, and gave us complete dominion over this place, and gifted, that blessed us and gave us free will. Okay. How then do we go from that, with that kind of pure, unconditional love, to having a God that's over good and then a God over evil?
I have an answer from what I'm
hang on. We can experience a God over evil. We can outsource whatever we do to another person and say, the devil made me do it. But in truth, when we start introspecting, it's revealed what we've done and we make it right. Only we can make be on that narrow path. It's narrow because we're the only one on it. What I have to do inside of me is different than what somebody else does. And just because of their perception and their affirmations are different, well, because that is what's going to bring them through. And that is what is manifested for an affirmation, because they have no doubt in it. So who makes my way right and their way wrong? I don't see any degree of separation in that. I see that whatever helps us bring us to it will also help us bring it through it. And now go ahead, Ed, thanks.
So it's just a place of peace, basically. It's one of the things I thought about when you were talking earlier was, it's already hard enough to take care of yourself, much less trying to think that you're going to fix somebody else. I mean, that's a lot of work. And so I do believe that I have a lot of memory issues right now, honey, because I've been in my house by myself for hours. So I'm not getting enough brain stimulation except through my book. But yeah, I just feel like, that's, so if you could say your question again, because I had it on the tip of my tongue and I'm old. So say your question.
I was just, asking, just throwing the question out there. How do you take an omnipresent, omnipotent,
Okay, I
pure mother,
remember now.
and then
I
make
remember.
divide them into two pieces.
Because it was basically a control thing. There was a lot of control because I'm writing this chapter of our gifts and how they're revealed. And in that chapter, I'm talking about that being that we're gifted, that certain people that knew that people were born, everyone's born with gifts. I don't believe that I'm any different than anybody else. Everyone's born with gifts. But the possibility of being able to utilize those gifts, some people might, or back in the days of like even the witches of Salem, think about those days where they immediately saw these women who were able to pray and able to manifest. They labeled them as witches because they were scared of them. They were frightened that two or more could come together and there could be this much power. And I wanted to, so I believe that it's a control thing. And then I wanted just to read the last one because I've left off, one of the things, because the way that it was written, this is not an edited chapter. It says, are you able to forgive yourself so you can forgive others? So basically, when you stop judging yourself, you'll stop judging others. And then down at the bottom, right under that, it says, did these questions trigger any feelings or thoughts about experiences you have encountered yourself, or that you have done to others? Even nobody's perfect. I'm sure we've all made mistakes. Perhaps it is a trigger for you. You may be on the right track to waking up to the falseness of judging others. Therefore, you may be ready to make changes, find your own new path in a relationship with God. As you decide to find out about God yourself, you can then understand what God really wants from you apart from what organized religion has taught. So I'm not into organized religion. So we already know that. That's okay though, because that's me. It says, when you come to this reality, you will see that when you judge others, you judge yourself. And it says in Matthew 7, 1-3, judge not that ye be judged. For with that judgment ye judge, and ye shall be judged. With what measures, and it's hard for me to read that, it says it shall be measured to you. And beholdest thou the mote in mote that is in thy brother's eye, but consider not the beam that is in thine own eye. Clearly, there is never an excuse for judgment. We cannot judge others without judging ourselves, even unconsciously. We are all connected by the light of God that we are. And so tonight when I was writing, and of course that's older stuff, but one of the things that I was writing tonight was basically based on, I just froze again. Okay, it was basically based on, when somebody sees somebody do something and then they immediately ask, why would they do that? Or how could they do that? Or, oh my God, they did that. Usually it will bring a person to the point where they will experience somewhere down the road what they questioned the other person do, if only to teach us to not do it. If there's nothing to it, it's just to teach us not to do it. And I do believe that it's really hard to believe how far away. One of the things I wrote about, which really makes sense, is that the spirit and the body were never separate. We are human spirits having a human experience, not humans having a spiritual experience. But because for some reason people are so not in touch with their spirits, we're moving farther and further away from that energy in some cases, and the world has just gone havoc and all the control and who's right and who's wrong. And I mean, even for, say, me being single, I don't even like going on dates because I don't want to be sized up and judged by somebody to fit into their box and see if I'm good enough for them or not. It's no longer about, hey, let's sit down and have coffee.
Wow. That says a lot about you. The some inner work that needs to be taken care of to get that out of you. I mean, you gotta work through that, because that's, if you're thinking that, then that's maybe what you're doing to them. So it's the mirror reflection.
No,
it's your own book. You're reading your own book. I love
you, but no.
Into yourself.
No, I love you, but no.
Just
I'm not. I don't
just
date.
Do it, sister.
I
just
know
do it.
You're picking at me. I don't date at all because I feel like that ability to sit down and just have coffee with somebody and just learn about them. And I, for one, feel that I have that ability still. To the times that I did step out and go on a date, I'd go and I'd be like, okay, I'm going to learn about this person. And that's not what's wanted. It's almost like the next game, next. But I'll keep that in mind.
Well, okay, why don't you look at it like this? You came on and you and I have become friends. I mean, we've talked offline, we've talked online. And I've never judged you. I've never sized you up. And I've never sat there and said, well, is she going to be a good fit? Or is she going to? So and we have a wonderful relationship. And if you can pull that energy into what you're emanating out towards a male and not worry about that next, and just stay in the moment, you may find
I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about coming from the other point of view that it's always the bigger, better deal, sweetheart. I was, and as far as dating, I'm pretty much done with that, just so you know. That's not happening anymore in my life. I have a good place in my heart with God. I don't really feel the desire.
Isn't that fulfilling already? I mean, that's so fulfilling. And let's say hello to Michael Fontaine.
Michael
and
Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
What? Welcome, Michael.
Michael Fontaine.
That was his voice, right?
No,
Yeah.
it was him making the voice.
That was his voice. That's funny.
He's a Michael Fontaine. Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Michael Fontaine.
What?
Okay. I didn't know this. Look, Vivian, you're 40, right?
No, honey.
Michelle,
I'm
you're
almost
40?
60. No. Honey, I'm almost 60 years old.
Hey, you know what? Y'all look good for your age, but we're good friends. Okay? I honestly... Yeah, hold on.
We can hear you, Michael.
I can hear him twice.
That's my phone. Sorry. But anyways, okay. Everybody's talking about certain things, right? I already kind of divulged to Michelle what happened to me. Do you remember that?
Yes. Wow. And I'm sure it's been done nothing but expanded since then. So you got the floor.
The what?
And I'm sure that since that we had that conversation, things have expanded into, what's going on with you. So you have the floor. Whatever you feel up to sharing.
We're all ears.
No, ladies first. I don't want the floor. Okay, I just wanted to let you know that.
Well, we'll interrupt. You know how we are.
There were.
I love you, Michelle.
Hey,
you're at my playground. I'm kidding. Go ahead, Michael.
All right, look. I don't want the floor. It's ladies first, but I will say, we had a knock at the door about a week and a half ago, right? And I answered it, and he's like, "Hey, you're like the only people we know that have kids, because your kids like walk by our shop. They're like right there across the street from us, right?" And he's like, would you be okay with doing a like a Toys for Tot kind of thing? I'm like, sure. What do you mean? Just trying to get some info. And he's like, yeah, we're gonna sponsor your family because we know your family, and we've been trying to talk to, which is my stepfather, or father-in-law, and he goes, we've been trying to talk to Ron about it, but he hasn't gotten back to us, so whatever. And we just decided to knock on the door. We pay for everything for Christmas,
Yeah. And how do you
Okay,
feel about the Toys for
so
Tots thing?
it's not a Toys for Tot, but it's like Toys for Tot. So we're sitting here talking, and I'm like, I was just like, wow, I was blown away, right? And he said, yeah, send them to deliver, tell them, this day or whatever, but we have to, him and the other guy was like, we pay for it out of our pocket so that, the girls can have a decent Christmas. I'm like, okay, what do you need? He goes, we need their names, their sizes, 1T, 2T kind of thing, and a few other things that I forgot at that time because I was like, all right, well, I'll get back to you in just a few minutes, right? So I talked to my wife, and she goes, who was that? And I was like, it was Chris and Mike, and they were at the shop, and they came over here and offered us Christmas presents for the girls. 'Cause, we're broke, not in a way broke. We're just like, paying bills and stuff, right? So he said, we want to sponsor your family because your girls always say hi to us and everything, and you're like the only people that we know that we have kids.
I'm about to
So,
cry. That is so sweet. Oh my gosh.
So Monday they're gonna get their presents delivered on a fire truck with Santa Claus.
Oh, that's nice.
Which I thought was kind of like, me. I think it's kind of cool, but the girls won't understand.
What do you mean?
Because they're 5. No, they're 5.
All they're gonna
3,
remember
and
this is Santa, like usual, bringing in their gifts, but this time on a fire truck. I mean, you think about the affirmations and these things of manifestation. You're going through a struggling, hard time, yet a way was made for your children to have a blessing fall on your lap. And my hair's standing up
well,
as you're telling me. I'm about to cry because
yeah,
couldn't happen to a better guy. I'm just so happy for your family. My goodness.
I was like, no, honestly, I was like, okay, what do you want me to do? And they were like, we just need names, not date of birth or anything. We just need names, ages, size, because they're gonna buy some clothes and they're gonna buy some toys for their age appropriation, and a few other things. And my wife wrote the list, and I took it to them like within like, I don't know, about an hour. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, is there anything else you need? He goes, we need an address and a phone number and a name, a contact name. So like, okay. And she just got in touch with the lady earlier. And I'm like, so they're going to be here about 7 o'clock on Monday. Okay. Yeah. Because I asked what the lady's name was, and her name was Lisa, and I just want to say thank you. But, you know, it was kind of weird how this all happened, right? To me, because I was like, they're gonna get some clothes, they're gonna get some presents, and they're gonna get like a bag of presents so that we can put them under the tree, kind of thing.
That's awesome.
You know, but I'm like, okay, thank you. It was just weird how I felt. I was like, because my wife was like, what was that about? I was like, he said that this and you know that. But
What I find
I was like,
interesting was, didn't it start off with that they wanted to know if you were in a position to contribute, and then when they found out what your situation was, then everything shifted to comply and to accommodate your family. You know what I mean? When they came knocking at your door, they were looking for somebody to donate to this type of a program. And through the conversation, I want to make sure I got it right. Because it sounds like a miracle that came from your heart and your energy out into this person that was knocking on your door. Wow. But correct me if I misunderstood.
all right, now hold on 1 second. Now, I guess his name is Mike. No, Chris. His name is Chris. I was like, you know, people next door have kids too. He's like, we can only sponsor one family. So they're going to go out and buy these things for my kids with their own money and then have a fire truck with Santa on it on Monday at like 7 o'clock or so. So we're going to be all set up, right? She got, my wife, she got final confirmation on the route because they didn't know the route, how they wanted to do it, and other things. I'm like, okay, if you want to get my kids toys, it's cool. You want to get my kids anything, it's cool. I had no problem with that. All right. My only issue was when, you know. So I finally found out today. So.
Were you thinking prior to them showing up with this offer? Were you thinking, you know, gosh, I wish I had more money for Christmas for my children, or more gifts? Was that something that was on your mind?
No, I was thinking, okay, Vivian, did you see the picture of the girls?
I see them in your picture right now online, but I
He's
might
way
have
too
seen
humble
it
to ask. Way too humble
on your Facebook.
I mean, this is, you know, for this just to land on his lap the way that it did, it had to come about this way. From what I've known and spoken offline with Mr. Fontaine is, you know, he wants to be able to provide for his family. He wants to be the caretaker. He wants to be the, you know, he wants to do and this can.
And
I
have a comment to that. See, you know, I have something that might I have a comment. So there's that old story we all know that this man is out in the boat and his boat starts to sink and he's there praying for God to come along and you know, and he wants only God to save him. And so he's there and he says, you know, so here comes a helicopter and the guy says, we're here to get you. And the guy says, no, I'm waiting on God. You know, get it? Because it is providing. It's the same thing. If you didn't exist, Michael, then you wouldn't have been offered this offer. Therefore, you did provide for your children.
Yeah.
I'm
But-
saying that deep in your heart, you may be going through some tough times. A lot of people are right now with COVID and finances, trust me. And so you may have had in the back of your mind this hope for something better. And it came in a form that you may not, as a man, you know, there's a lot that goes on in men, you know, where they really, really want to be like, I'm not saying it's a pride thing, but there's some pride that comes into like, you know, like when I first got married to my first husband years ago, I helped him get his first job. I helped him keep his first job. I had to go back up and get him his first job 3 or 4 times when he kept messing up at work. But there was a pride thing. There's a difference between a man and a woman when it comes to feeling a proudness within yourself to do for yourself. But this is a global thing now where people are financially suffering. And this is a global thing. It's nothing to do with you as a man. That you can't or you can provide. Those are old days. We're done with that. This is a great gift.
That's like 1950s.
Right. Around the time I was born. That's funny.
I just kind of see it as a correlation of an extension of everything that we shared on that conversation a while ago offline of what's been going on within you is now starting to reflect out and around you. I find it very amazing. And
I see. I see.
Yeah, he's got some really amazing things going on. You know, that so many people, a lot of people have this going on that they just don't talk about it. And that reminds me, you know, back 2 decades ago, a little over 2 decades ago, when I felt so alone, couldn't talk to anybody. But back then, they would be like, oh my gosh, she's got a demon, or she's, you know, she's crazy or whatever. At least there's not that stigma, but that still does not. People get worried that if they start talking about things, then they lose their employment, or, you know, they're looked at cross-eyed because there's still people operating in that 3D, you know, you need to have this education in order to do this position, when we find out that, oh my gosh, all you have to do is pray, which is asking, and that I always reiterate when I'm talking about that, and meditate is listening for the answer, and then we can receive whatever it is that we're seeking within us, and then all the training and everything will come to us effortlessly. Yeah, I forget how to spell and speak after 2 hours. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
But yeah, he's had some amazing things, and to even share what he shared with me, which I'm not going to get into. That's private. That's between him and I in our conversation.
Just like whenever we talk about some personal things.
Oh yeah.
We can do those offline too.
It's up to him whether he brings that forward, not me. But what I'm saying is, it just lines up with. It just lines up for me. I can see the steps, and so I just think it's amazing. I'm. Wow.
Because everything will come to us in a time to teach us what we need to get over or learn.
Every affirmation, every good gift will come to those whom deserve and whom ask. Ask and you shall receive. Knock and it will be opened unto you. You're getting whatever it is that you are radiating out. And I think, you know, this is amazing for your children. They're not going to know the difference. It doesn't matter to them whether Santa comes in on a fire truck or it's under the tree Christmas morning, whatever. As far as they're concerned, it's all coming from the same place. And as they grow up and they, realize there's no Santa, it still all comes from the same place, which is you. And so it doesn't matter how it materialized. It's all about joy and the gift of giving and taking care of one another.
It's so exciting. If I was a kid and Santa came on a fire truck, I'd be all happy and everything.
Like, oh my gosh, my dad is the bomb. Look what he set up for me. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, because they don't put on the tags anything. It's not, they don't say, well, this is from blah, blah, blah family. Nothing like that. The children are
Santa. It's all Santa.
Yeah, the children do not know any difference. It's beautiful because I've done that. I still
believe.
I pulled the names off the tree, the Salvation Army tree, and I've done families before. And I'll take the whole family and I'll go and get them everything on their little list and all their clothes and then some extras. And then what we do is we wrap them. We put the name on it. We put from Santa, and then we drop them on the doorstep on Christmas Eve and do a light knock on the door after when the parents say the kids should be in bed by then, which the kids stay up all night. Come on, we have to be really, really light on that top. The parents grab the stuff and we leave. We're done. There's no thank yous. You don't do it for the accolades. You do it anonymously. You don't even tell them who you are. You just make sure they get into their hands and you're out the door. For all they know, you're just the delivery person.
It's called being humble.
Right. Yeah, and Michelle. So certain things I shy away from talking about in front of everyone online. I'm sure you can talk to me about those personally later as well.
Well, it's because I don't share other people's business.
I have certain things that I still, as a human, don't want the whole world to know that I'm still dealing with, but I understand that you just saw a manifestation happen from his story. It's really awesome.
Yeah, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
No, it's easy to read. It's easy to read, but it's a good thing because just like whatever happened earlier, where I was like, okay, I also had something to learn about it too, But it's.
We learn from each other. That's why we're in this together.
Well, and when you're spending hours and hours and hours in like literal isolation here, it's been pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's
I get my best work done.
I've had 11 months of isolation, honey.
What's up, Michael?
Okay. Vivian, I want you to do me a favor.
Okay. Depends, but yeah, go ahead.
Don't say it depends. That's a Mandela effect.
Okay.
All right. Now listen. I want you to listen to the Tea Party. Okay? They're from Canada. They're one of my all-time favorite bands that I've seen like 8 or 9 times. But
don't play any music online or they'll throw us off.
No, you don't have to play it online, but she can YouTube the Tea Party.
There you go. That'll work.
Okay, and what am I looking for?
You're looking for the beginning till now. And the last episode of their video was isolation.
Wait a second, hold on. So it's called The Tea Party is the band. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And the song is The Beginning Till Now?
No. You have to follow the album. Okay, so the first
You froze. I don't know if you're hearing him, Michelle, but I can't hear anything.
No, he'll fix it. Just give him a minute.
I wrote
He's referring
the
you
Tea
to a
Party
YouTube.
down. So see, I wrote the Tea Party down.
I think Michael is a moderator. Known him long enough that he could put the link in there. And that makes
And then I'll have
makes
to go back.
everybody's life easier.
Do you leave your Michelle, do you leave your live chat up for later when people want to go back and relook at the live chat?
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Good. Because I've not, it takes time for it to load, I think. But if I don't get it written down now, I'll definitely go back and look. You know, there was not a mistake that I was isolated because I've almost finished my book, you know, and so there's not a mistake that I don't believe that any of the mistake, even the arm surgery I'm about to go through, because I'm going for this shoulder now. I had this shoulder surgery. Now it's this one next. So I'm getting prepared for that. And I'm trying to look for somebody in my town who would like to get maybe paid just a small amount of money to stay with me for like 4 days at my home to take care of me after surgery. So if you all hear of anybody in San Antonio that's looking for some type of tiny income, very small, for like 4 or 5 days, I'll be looking for some caretaker.
So that was a shout out to anybody that is local. You want to give out your city? Well, I know you're in Texas, but you know,
San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah, and how would you like
and
them
they can
to
find me
you?
on Facebook under Vivian Ennis, ENNIS. I'm not afraid of my Facebook and all that stuff. It doesn't bother me. I don't have any issues.
When are you meeting this person?
Well, as I go for my MRI, and he said I have 6 months from the date of the MRI to do the surgery, and I'm thinking the middle of January, February, the latest that I need to get it done.
Okay.
And
and if you'll share that with the information with me in Facebook, I'll make sure that I put it in a description box, or put it in the description box under this post, or under a few posts, until somebody in that area is able to accommodate you, because I know there's a lot of people that are looking for work, and the caregiving is not going to necessarily be anything that needs medical. It's more like
they need to be
cooking
able to stay here.
They need
stay
to stay with
at
you,
my
cooking,
home for like
cleaning,
4 days,
and help you off.
The house is spotless, so they would just cook and clean the dishes, make sure that I get up to go to the bathroom, and
help you get up and down. So it's not okay, then this is a need that, and a lot of people are looking for work. So that's 4 days and if you're homeless, that's a roof over your head for 4 days, and food in your stomach, and a lovely lady to help get her through a rough time. You'd be blessing each other.
The last time I had it done, I stayed in the hospital for 3 days, but because of COVID, they're not going to let me stay. And so what happens is when they numb my whole arm, I have no balance. So it's like I can't even walk.
You see that, Viv? Can you see the chat from the chat room? What I just pulled up on the screen? Girl, I'm in Cali, or I would happily help you for free.
Very sweet of you. Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
I can't see chat because I read the comment here, but I don't have YouTube up. I just have live stream up.
I've been trying to pull them up on our screen here in StreamYard. So hopefully you can see them that way. She's been saying, there's a bunch of beautiful comments that she's been putting in there, and she believes in the power of the name of Jesus. Now, the name of Jesus, as we find out with these affirmations and these phenomena that transpire as things come into our awareness, I started speaking languages that I never studied. And of course, I had to get affirmations from different pastors and stuff because it kind of scared me. And I found out that his name was Yeshua HaMashiach, which is Yeshua the Messiah, Yeshua my salvation. And Jesus is our salvation, and our the name itself symbolizes and means is everybody's name has a different meaning behind it. Like my name, Michelle, is I think it's praise God or praises God or something of that nature. And Michael has the same definition as Michelle. Michelle's the female version, and Michael's the male version. And Yeshua HaMashiach, or when we call Christ Jesus, resides within us. And if that's where the faith is, and she has no doubt, I love my Bible, and that's who I was calling out to, and I got answered. Am I going to say that's the only way? No, but I'm going to say that way sure did work for me.
Michelle.
And I praise the name of Jesus, and I just
And
love
I think
him.
it's pronounced,
Love him.
from what I
Jesus.
gather, it's pronounced Yeshua. But that's
Yeshua
okay,
HaMashiach.
because I was sitting there saying, what is she saying? I've heard it
Yeshua.
pronounced, I've never heard of it as Yeshua, but I've heard of
Yeshua.
it as Yeshua.
I just know
Michelle.
that, yes, Michael, I'm so sorry. I know that you said
Hey,
that earlier.
Michael Fontaine.
So would you like- You're still here? You're back.
I
No.
got the tea party wrote down, but I didn't get the rest of what you were talking about
Okay.
because you just
The tea
disappeared.
party. I didn't disappear.
Oh, well, your voice stopped talking.
Oh, my phone shut off or something. But listen to the edges of twilight till the oceans at the end.
Can you repeat what he said? Because he's very fuzzy. Do you
Edges of
understand?
twilight.
The edge of twilight?
Edges
The edges of twilight.
till oceans at the end.
And is it called Till the Oceans at the End?
Oceans at the end.
Oceans at
The oceans at the end.
the Okay.
That's right.
And I'll
They're
be able to
Canadian.
find them on YouTube.
Yes, they're a Canadian band.
Write that down.
And if you subscribe to them, they'll send you like a links to talk to them or whatever. But they're from 1991 till oblivion because they're just
I'm trying to see if
it was crazy.
I just messing up on my computer here. I'm trying to do something.
You're good.
So
You're good. Michelle.
I answered you, but I was muted. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Michelle.
Yes, sir.
What were you talking about just before I said the tea party?
I had to spell twilight. Hang on, because I'm trying to put it in the general chat. The edges of twilight to the. I'm sorry. The edges of twilight to. Oh shoot! I wrote it down in our private chat. The edges of twilight to the oceans at the end. Right. Right. To the ocean's end. To the ocean's end.
The oceans at the end was the tea party.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Hold on. Expect me to remember what we were talking about beforehand?
But you're both 40. Come on.
After 2 hours, I claim nothing.
Hey, you know what? I don't care. You're both 40. I don't care.
You're so sweet. I mean,
No.
that's really nice. Thank you.
Hey, we're friends on Facebook, okay, Viv?
Say what?
Me and Viv are on Facebook. We're friends, right?
Yes.
Okay, I posted a picture. Okay, I gotta explain this picture. Okay. Now, I took this picture of my daughters that are 1, 3, and 5. Okay, and a Christmas tree with presents. You want me to send it to you?
Hold it like that. Yes, definitely.
I hold on.
You might hear a sound in the back for a second because I'm trying to get the other page up and then mute it real quick. So give me 1 second. Trying to do something here. I had it and then I shut it down just when I pulled it up.
My phone keeps like on
Might make a
charging.
noise for just a second. To get it plugged in.
Huh?
You have to plug in. Okay.
I did.
There's going to be a noise for 1 second. The computer is moving like a tortoise, literally. Okay. It might have an echo for 1 second. Okay, so I muted it so I can actually physically with another window see the chat.
Okay, hold on. All right. See this? Michelle?
Yep.
All right.
No.
Hold on.
I'll look in a minute.
I don't
I'm coming back.
see it because there's a big, you have,
There we go.
yeah, now. Okay, hold it real still. Hold it real still and then come forward a little bit.
Wait.
Right there. Oh, how many girls do you have?
There's 3 here.
Awesome.
Well,
He's working on a
I was
baker's
like-
dozen.
Preliminal. Hi.
I'm trying that, but it didn't work.
We got to see the picture.
I can see it.
Hey,
I want to
Michelle.
point out something really quick. I want to say something really, really quick. Hang on, Michael. Hey, Vivian. Did you know that whenever you're on or around here, Michael pops in all the time, so don't get me wrong. He pops in. But he'll come on the stream here, okay? This is his first time. Or stick around and engage in the chat when you're on. Got something to share there, Michael? No, I'm just pulling your leg, but it is true. I'm very hyper aware.
You know what it could be? You know what it could be, Michelle?
It's friendship.
It could be that I have this magnetic, loving energy that draws people to my wisdom and my understanding, ups, downs, pain, and all. Huh?
I think he's known you longer than me, and I also think he has a respect for you. I wasn't trying to take it to that place, but I just wanted to kind of throw
I
Michael
was
off a little
thinking
bit.
along the lines that, that there's a possibility that even none of us really know exactly our gifts and what they were. Like if we hadn't had no suppression at all, say there was no suppression, and everyone didn't kick down anyone's sandcastle ever. It never happened. You built a beautiful sandcastle, Michelle, and nobody ever kicked it down. Imagine the level of abilities that we would have with each other. They would be just far beyond what we, not that we can't get there, but it's like crawling back to that space that was taken, to who I am. You know who I have that experience with is children. Act crazy around me. They'll stare at me, or I went to the store. This is before COVID, and there was a lady in front of me with her baby son, and he's reaching his arms out at me, trying so hard to get to me. And as they walk away, a full-blown fit. So they had to bring him back over to me. And I said, oh my God. And he would just not, he had these real like crystal eyes. Like he was, just totally indigo child, but he was looking deep right in through me. And I've had that happen, a lot with me with kids. And I think to myself in my humanness, I'm like, why do kids like me? And I was like, why do kids like me? They just do. And just like I'm drawn to you, Michelle, I'm drawn to, so I think we're all drawn to something that we're trying to gain or grow or feel.
But it's a buffet table. We're all offering something to like this is puzzle pieces behind me.
Don't say buffet table. I'm so hungry.
We're all offering. We're each a unique piece, and we all have something special to offer, and it's to lift each other's life experience up. We're coming out We're coming out from the control and people that work in the light or light workers, or don't worry about the label. They can see. They have that hyper awareness injustices or oppression or controlling type situations, and they'll point them out. It doesn't mean you have to agree with them or disagree, because they understand also that their power only resides over themselves. If you pick it up, you pick it up. If it resonates with you, it resonates with you. If it doesn't, leave it. It's not
and
about
I believe
that.
I believe everybody has it, and that they're either exercising it or it's been suppressed. Like I believe everyone was given particular gifts, and that it's either exercised and used or suppressed. Like I went back and I wrote my past.
Well, if it worked that way, honey, I would have suppressed all of this stuff decades ago, because I was trying to get rid of it. When this all started happening, I was like, what is going on? What?
You didn't want to awaken? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm confused.
No, I didn't. Okay, when this first started going on with me decades ago, I started having lucid dreams and waking up and remembering them, and then walking through them in real life. Either I was an observer and it would happen to somebody else, or I was an actor in it, and I would see it come to pass. And then I also, at the same time, simultaneously, but I blended them together, I began leaving my body and started seeing these dark shadow creatures that I thought were aliens, grays, or demons trying to get me. But no, it was nighttime. I was leaving my body. It was dark. So until I got out of my house, which was dark, I couldn't see. And that's what I was seeing was shadows.
So I'll tell you a story.
I wanted that stuff to stop. I thought I'd done something wrong. But today,
oh my God, Michelle, this is so weird that you're talking about this, because I'm in my chapter.
Just jumping into this stuff now, like leaps and bounds. So I'm actually pretty excited on the timing, on how quickly and so many are coming into this self-awareness. But go ahead, Viv. I'll be
okay.
quiet.
So isn't it strange that, well, it's not strange, because we know that that's not a term for this, but what you're talking about is something that I just was writing yesterday, that when I was around 8, there was a little girl that lived across the street from me, and lo and behold, I just found her. And me and her are now friends on Facebook. It was really weird. She was like somebody I was writing about in my book, but I didn't use her name, to protect the innocent. But anyway, so when I was around 8, I used to love to get in between. This is really cool. So I would lay in my mom and dad's doorway with it wide open, and they would get mad because the air conditioned. But and I would lay with my head outside of the house and my feet in the house so that I could see the eave of the house and I could watch the clouds go over. So one afternoon, while I'm just watching what I thought was the earth turning, because it would actually look like the world was turning if you looked through the eave this way, the sky and the home at the same time. So this was my favorite thing to do. And so I remember sitting up and petting my cat Minnie. And then all of a sudden I had this vision of this girl that I grew up with, coming outside of her door across the street from me, opening up her garage and going down the street on her bike and getting seriously hurt. Now, all the neighborhood back in those days, if you fell, the whole neighborhood came out. It wasn't like now, you fall, you're just going to lay there. But people would come out and gather. And so in this dream, people came out and gathered, or in this vision, and then an ambulance came and got her, and it was a bad injury. Well, all of a sudden, I'm sit up to hold my cat, and she opens her garage door, she gets her bike, she goes down the street, and I remember crying, going in my room and just bawling and thinking that I caused it, that it was my fault, because I didn't understand. It's like with my grandson, he's very gifted. He knows who his past lives were. He's extremely gifted. And my daughter and her husband kind of like, let's just suppress it. Okay. But it's a reality. He knows who he was before. And so, for me, I actually thought that was and from that point on, I always knew, but I didn't take it the way that I should have. I thought there was something wrong with me. I was just extremely shy to the fact that I had a gift. And I'm the same as you. I can just vividly, I call myself lucid or V-lucidity online. 90% of people can find me under V-lucidity. And because I use that name because I lucid dream so clearly that most of my dreams will either semi come true or completely come true. You've helped me a lot, Michelle. There's things that you've told me about your daughter that have helped me to accept death in a different way. So we won't get into that now, but I just wanted you to know that if I never talk, again, if I croak or something, I just want you to know that was something that has really extremely helped me, where you had said, that we know what our bodies are like before, whether we're going to want to come back in this body or choose to go into another one. So, and I used to feel my mom's energy for a long, long time after she was gone, and now it's no longer there. So I believe that she is already transformed back here or to a different dimension. And I consider heaven for me as just another dimension, but just a higher dimension, a different place. And I still believe that we won't go there because we could just be layering them all night.
You kind of froze for a second. Yeah, I look at things as layers, like the third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension. It's just realms, and we slide up and down that ladder, just up
in the
and down.
timelines inside of those dimensions, so that each dimension could have like thousands of timelines.
Oh, every possibility and probability based on any choice at any now moment that we make changes the trajectory. And this place is so fluid, and with the energy influx, and look at how many people are making different choices and possibilities and probabilities that will directly affect their life and how it transpires. But also it will it'll bring about and affect those that are directly in their area. But therefore, we also need to make sure that we are holding up our boundaries, because if we are allowing something to affect us, it's because we're allowing it to. We have to give our power
Let me
over
ask you a question.
in order
Let me ask
to
you a
have it
question.
affect us. Okay, hang on. I need to get this Michael out. I need to kick one Michael out. Okay, that one's out.
Have you ever, wait a minute, now I forgot the question. Give me a second.
You're fine.
Oh, have you ever felt like even in this particular timeline, right? Like, have you ever sensed for some reason that you've overcome a particular, say, behavior or action or reaction, and all of a sudden you, not necessarily in an episode of something, but you tend to revisit a particular energy that just comes out of nowhere. Like all of a sudden you feel like you've shifted within this realm back to a place you're not comfortable with, like a big shift. Have you ever felt that there's a possibility that we, like those lines behind me on my wall, that we just move in and out of them, even within this one particular dimension, and can experience maybe something that is uncomfortable, or the way that, like, if you're dealing with something that feels a little bit more dark, and then you overcome that darkness, and you're doing really well. Like all of a sudden, it's no longer a part of your vocabulary, and then all of a sudden, it's just there, and you feel it in your spirit. Have you ever had that experience?
Yeah, it feels heavy. And then you recognize it, and then you say, oh, hang on a minute. I thought I'd overcome that inner work, but obviously there was still a little bit more in there.
I'm asking more a different question. I'm trying to find out, do you believe that there's a possibility that we are at that point shifting to a back timeline?
I don't.
That's so weird. There's a delay.
I don't put anything off the table. I think that anything and everything that we think within ourselves, within our being, we are able to have the affirmations, the confirmations to keep bringing us along, to do the introspection, and to have our sovereignty, and to control the one being that we have the ability to control, which is self. And whatever affirmations or whatever it is that we need to manifest in order, or that will manifest or transpire, that will show us either through symbolism or action or something that we see in another, that then will be like a mirror that's showing that we still have things to do. That can happen. Realms, just like with the rainbows in us, they all need to be open and flowing, because we go up, we go down, we go up, we go down. We visit all the different realms, depending on where we're going, who we're around, how the influences are, and what we allow to have power over us. The main focus that I have is forgiveness, equality, knowing that everybody has their uniqueness, their beauty, and what everybody has to offer to each other. No matter what their experience is, it's valid. It's their experience. You can't take it away. And we are going up to higher levels, and then we come down to different levels, just like the chakra points a rainbow inside, or in the Bible, it's called Jacob's ladder. So the references and the symbologies everywhere. So yes, Vivian, the answer is, I do believe that anything is possible, and that I do believe we are going up and down different timelines, different possibilities, probabilities, and different realms of this reality.
Oh my God, Michelle, I'm having the weirdest experience right now. Okay.
Deja vu?
No, do you not see the look on my face? And I can't hold it in any longer. Okay.
Go for it.
I know that there is a timeline difference when you have two windows up. So I have one window up where I can see myself on YouTube with YouTube muted, just the little square muted, because then I would have to mute my whole computer if I did it the other way. And then I have this square where we're talking on live time, which I know there's usually a delay of about maybe 2 minutes, sometimes less, right? Like sometimes you can have your phone on with YouTube.
Between when we're speaking and when they hear us, you mean? Yeah.
Normally there's like just this. Seconds. Normally there's 5, 10, maybe at the most a minute delay. That's it. Because I've been on Dan's show before and stuff.
I could buy that for $1.
I just sat here, and while you were talking, I'm looking at this screen, and on my screen I have another screen. And I am doing things that I've never done in this screen. and it's still taking place in the other screen. So I'm sitting here like turning red because I'm like, what am I doing?
Wow, I wonder how
Right
this is
now
coming
I'm
across
doing-
in other realms.
Right now I'm doing this. I'm going on the camera. It's just weird. And that I didn't do, or I remember going,
YouTube's been shifty all day for me. It's been unsubscribing people and doing crazy stuff.
oh my
People are
God, I
sending
should
messages
video
and
this.
I can't get them. I don't have access to them.
Hold
So
on, I'm going to video it.
it's
I'm going to
weird.
video it. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And
This
then
is so
share
weird.
it.
Hold on. I'm going to video it. Give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm videoing it. Oh, no, that's a picture, Vivian. Video it. Hold on. Okay, it's videoing now. Okay, so this is the one right here. That's a lot I need to see. And this is the one that's going, it's like I'm two different people.
That's interesting because
Oh my God, this is so weird. What is going on?
even watching it, I can see how many viewers.
Okay, now I can see myself lift my phone. Now I saw myself lift my phone. But earlier, the whole entire time you talked, now that was probably about a 10-second delay. But earlier, while I was sitting here with my eyes like this while you were talking, is because I was like literally a whole 2 minutes out of a delay. I've never seen anything like that before. That's crazy.
I'm telling you, I think YouTube's hopping dimensions, either that or I am, because even with this stream while we're here talking now, it will jump down because I can see the viewer count here in StreamYard. I can chat in StreamYard I can see what they're saying and I can chat back from here. And it will go like we've got like 15 or so people, right? And then it'll drop down to 4. And I'm like, wow, what happened? Did YouTube just boot everybody? And then boom, it'll go up to 12 or back up to 15. Again, it's like, are we moving in and out of different realms and only a certain amount of people can see certain things?
Well, that's what I'm saying. And right now, because of what's going on with Saturn and the weirdest thing, I've got to ask you to remind me to ask you about the rings of Saturn in just a minute. But I'm going to play this for you real quick. It's not a voice. It's not you're going to really hear anything. You're just going to see me pointing. I'm pointing to show you that was me. Now that's not me. And then that's me over here talking. It's just weird. Like this is the one over here is where I was holding the cam to film it. And then I finally picked up the camera.
So
but I'm just rattling on.
Bilocating is a known phenomenon. So you might want to look into that and think on that.
Look at the difference of how long it's going on. Play it. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to turn it up. Hold on.
That's interesting because
oh my God, this is so weird. What is going on? I'm in 2 different cameras with you doing 2 different things. And they're long periods of time apart from each other. And like I said, I know there's a delay, but earlier you talked for about 2 minutes. And during that 2-minute talk, I was completely not even. Now, right now, we're almost syncing. The timelines are coming back together because I did this and 2 seconds later, my hand did that. So that's weird. You know what? Also, you know the Saturn, right? When we were younger, do you remember anybody be truly physically see Saturn's rings? Just say yes or no.
Not from my educational background, no.
Guess what? There's a guy that takes a telescope on YouTube and he is out there setting it up and everything, and he filmed the sky. You can clearly see. Even if Saturn was close to Earth, you would never clearly see rings. And all of a sudden now there's just perfect rings around Saturn. Makes no sense whatsoever. I knew you were going to say that because I know that's the answer too. You know, myself, I know that there was never any physical rings around Saturn. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
Michael, are you in here with us? If you're not, I'm gonna go ahead and take you out of the stream and see if somebody else wants to come
I don't
in.
think he is. I think he fell asleep while talking.
Oh, he's chatting in the chat. He's just not talking in here. He's talking in the stream.
Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to just show it to you. I'm not.
I'll give him a couple minutes to either unmute and say something, or I'm going to take him down.
Look, this guy sets up his telescope. Let me show you him setting it up so you don't think I'm lying. This is him setting his telescope up. Wait a minute. Okay. So he's setting his telescope up. He's got this big telescope. Okay, so now we're going to move forward. What his telescope picks up. Give it a second for the... Okay, there it goes. See the rings in Saturn? Isn't that crazy? We never saw the rings of Saturn before. Let's turn up the volume so you can hear that it's just a live video. And they're spinning.
Don't
You
get me a
just can't really see
strike,
it
sister.
spinning.
As long as that's not somebody else's content, don't play more than 20 seconds.
Okay. No, I took it down. My question is, how can there be rings of Saturn? Oh, no, I'm showing the Saturn on the other one now. No, actually, guess what I'm showing on the other one is the video of me. That's how far behind it is. I'm just now showing the video to you of me. Oh, that's crazy. That's so delayed. That's just insane. Yeah, it's weird. Oh, so somebody said that no one's flower.
No one's
Said
flower.
I could see the rings back in the 80s. That's crazy. I'm not from that dimension.
That's cool that they are. I mean, that's awesome.
I believe you. I totally believe that they saw them back in the 80s, and I believe that me and you are from a dimension that we could never see the rings. You know, that was my girlfriend.
But we were told they were there. I mean, I was educated.
I mean,
that
we
they
were told
there. I
they
just never.
they were supposed to be invisible energy that they would talk about in school. They would never, here's these perfect Saturn and all this conjunction of everything happening right now, the shifting, what did we went through the other day? I can't remember what it was. My brain is totally not able to hold energy of memory. But now on the 21st, I think it is, that we're supposed to go through where Saturn actually meets, is it Mars and Saturn are coming together? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, because I just stay in the now moment because I don't look for signs like of that are outside of myself. But if somebody needs that, then it's there for them. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say that. Yeah, I'm not going to discredit it.
1 in 800 years that Saturn is going to come together with another planet and make a star on Monday night. And it's going to be super bright. And I can't remember. Let me just try to find out what it was. See, in case anyone's interested, you'll get a glimpse of it just before dark. And when it comes together at its fullest, it'll look like the biggest star you've ever seen. Saturn crosses who on Monday night? Saturn on Monday night will cross paths with Jupiter.
Wow, that's a phenomenon.
Yes,
that's a power exchange right there. Because Jupiter is actually is like, if you were going to do the representation, Jupiter represents Christ, King, and Saturn is Saturnalia. That's the control matrix, and it's almost like a passing of the guard. Like it's getting taken from Saturn, and Jupiter's being reinstated. So it's almost like an affirmation of what is going on within mankind at this moment. Beautiful.
And you know what's really weird is it's supposed to make like back in the day, we heard of the Star of Bethlehem. Well, it's supposed to cross paths with Jupiter. And when it does, it's going to make this huge, beautiful star. But it's only going to be seconds that you'll see it. So as it starts to get dark outside, you got to go outside and locate those two planets. You'll see them just close to the Earth.
And watch Jupiter yank that scepter. It's going to be for a brief moment where that star goes super, like the light of the planets, it goes super bright as Jupiter takes that scepter away and everything starts to be like an event of
And that's why
balance.
manifestation right now is, I'm going to scare you now. Manifestation is so powerful
Yeah, I noticed.
that I almost manifested myself into almost being murdered. And it was very brief. I was doing something negative. I'll just say it. I was watching some scary movies. And it was over the last few days, and I knew better because my energy, the way that it creates really quick, I just
Only
knew
if
this.
you allowed that, honey. Only if
Okay,
you
but
allow
honey,
that to
listen,
permeate.
That's fine. I'm a Pisces. I know that I don't really realize I'm doing it. But what happened was, okay, I just got not you. I know balance here at all, sweetheart. Okay, just forget it. Okay, I'm all out there.
Hi, my name is Vivian. I have no discernment on what's a movie and what's reality. I make it all real.
Well, let me tell you.
I was just kidding. I'm not. I
know. I know. So all of a sudden, I get this. I have a date site. I just don't really with it. It's a Facebook date site. So this man writes me, but he wasn't added to my date site. So there was no way he could have wrote me a letter. He was not hit like. I would have had to hit like on him. And I know from the energy that I saw that I would never have done that because it wouldn't have been positive for me. And so all of a sudden he writes me, and I can't remember the details, but I do remember all of a sudden he writes to tell me that how do I put this? I'm trying to, I don't want to give you every detail, but he says something about all women. So he's kind of coming in as the psycho killer. Then he goes, the next one you meet might be worse than me. He might be someone who likes to bite women. And then he went on to say like a Jeffrey Dahmer. So I told my girlfriend, I called her and I said, Sky, here I was. She goes, what have you been doing? I said, well, the last few days I've been worrying about the movies I watched and sitting at home scared to death of being murdered by a psycho killer. So there she goes, girl, she said, I've never met anybody in my life that can manifest as fast as you. She goes, why don't you put it to good use? I said, well, I try to sometimes. I do. But sometimes I don't really focus. It's like if you gave me a gift, I wouldn't really sometimes act on it. I'm being honest. I'm just human. Sometimes, you hand me something and I'm supposed to do something with it. And sometimes I don't do something with it. But I do manifest very quickly, just fast. And I think that after this Jupiter thing that goes through and we clear some energy. So right now is actually the time to do some more clearing. And you can't really force clearing to happen. I think emotions and things come up right now because of the way that these planets are moving. And in that process, the emotions that need to be cleared will just naturally come to surface right now, which would be my fears, So, yeah.
You shouldn't have any fears.
I'm sorry, I'm human. I have some limitations.
Well, that because you say that, you will.
Well, I mean, I'm not expecting myself to not. I used to be this type of person that everything that I did, I blamed it on myself. I can't do that no more. I can't live like that no more. I'm happier than I've ever been. And even though there's times, I'm not going to say that I don't sit here and go 11 months by myself, in the house, but I'm pretty happy. But I'm not going to say that I'm not in this particular human dimension to learn how to overcome my limitations. Limitations can be easy. They can be just something as small as having a feeling of something that's hard for me to let go of. Just as something like, for instance, my mom passing. That would be a limitation.
For myself, I no longer choose to limit the unlimited. And once
Okay.
that had to permeate inside of me as the truth, God is unlimited. God resides within us. God created this place. God created everything.
Right.
We're all in this. We are all unique. We're all beautiful.
And
but if we limit, then we're setting up our own boundaries.
I think for me, accepting that I had limitations freed me from my limitations. I don't know if that makes sense.
Sometimes, yeah, because of
Once
you
I
making
accepted
it
that
reflected.
I didn't have to be perfect. that I was
You
okay.
already are perfect. So why
Thank
are you
you.
trying to make yourself into something that you already are? That's where we run into the conundrum. But when we allow our power to be given to another in order to judge or to oppress, we're handing over our own sovereign power. That's what we need to learn, to take it back onto ourselves, stop dishing it out everywhere, and do her own inner work, our own things that we need to work on, and have that evolution, that awakening process with the one person that we have control over, which is self.
Right. I totally agree. I 100% agree. I can't be more isolated than with myself and God than anybody could ever imagine. And in that time, I believe that God has flowed a lot of the things that I've needed to write. And I know, think about it this way, Michelle. Everybody's at a different classroom in their level of learning. And the people that I will touch with my book will be people who need to move to that class. And then maybe you're at this class. I'm not saying, okay, she's better than me. That's not what I'm saying.
Because I was
But
about
you
to
may have
chasing you on that one.
But you may have a higher understanding in certain areas from your experiences. And then you also may have some that are not where I am. So I think it goes back to the concept that nobody is at the same place ever.
We're unique. We're absolutely unique. That's what I said. We're at a table, and we're gleaning and growing from one another, and pulling each other up, not tearing each other down.
But for me, I cannot grow when I stay in a place of any denial. Like, I cannot sit here. I didn't even realize. I mean, this is going to blow your mind. I didn't even realize that a human emotion was an acceptable thing, and that it was okay to feel them, and have my emotion. Now, this is big, what I'm sharing here, okay? This is huge. So I didn't realize that if you cried, you didn't have to be scared of it, that it was a normal thing to do. So feelings and emotions coming from who I am and where I've been were frightening to me. Might be hard for somebody to understand that if they've not been through, serious abuse. But as a child, I went through some abusive stuff. And as I grew up, feelings and emotions were scary to me. I thought they were somewhat maybe bad to have. But so for me, I have freed myself by saying, I do have human limitations, because I'm honest with you, I don't think the energy of God cries, okay? Maybe us, portions of God's light, we cry. But I don't see God as a male. I don't see God as a female. I see God as just this energy of love. That's it, nothing but love. Mm-hmm. And so then that energy of love cannot cry, because it's the energy of love. Unless people want to believe that God cries for us. No, God is not weak. And of course, to say, well, crying is weak, then I go back to my belief that, which is negative, that having a feeling is bad. See? So I just went back in full circle. But the point is once I accepted that I had limitations, and that it was okay for me to be human, and that I didn't have to be afraid of the feelings that I have, the ones that are like, I just cried over that movie, or maybe, I feel sad because I'm alone. Accepting that, acceptance for me is huge. That's where I'm at. More acceptance, not less acceptance.
Good. Whatever it is that you are going through is personal. It is between you and you. It's between you and you.
Between me and me.
That's right. And that is most people don't understand that it is an inner battle that we go through.
They call it a personal relationship with God, because I'm having a relationship with myself.
Mm-hmm. We have that inner battle, and I'm going to tell you, the one that wins is the one that sets us free. And so keep up the good fight, and there isn't any imbalance here. Everybody here has their sovereignty and their freedom of choice. Free will is a gift that was bestowed upon us as we were blessed, and we have the free will to move forward. We have the free will to stand still, and nobody has the right to judge anybody else for their free will choices. If it does not harm somebody else, what does it matter to you?
What I hope
that's
is
what people
that
need to stop doing, is trying to control or judge others on their actions that don't even affect other people around them.
what
You
I
know what
wish is that what I wish for, if I was to say what the one thing that I would want my book to do is to touch people who have been where I've been, and that can help them to feel that it's okay to accept, to have their feelings, to, it's been a hard life. It was hard. It's
Well, the
getting,
part that you read it sounded very freeing.
and that
It
was
was very
just on, that
liberating.
was just on judgment. I mean, the
I
book is,
understand, but the questions that you asked and when you read that part, where it was very, it was not pushy. They were valid questions that one should
to think
ask.
about,
Yes, ponder on them, and when you come to the answers, they will come to their own conclusion, and then they will move forward
Right.
from that.
Right.
So,
Because in no way am I in there. I mean, I do mention stuff that maybe you might not agree with, as far as my feelings about religion and God, the difference between religion and God. But for the most part, my book is about just finding yourself apart from the noise, apart
Yeah.
from the chatter,
Yeah.
apart from other people's, and like I was trying to say earlier when you misunderstood me, is that people don't sit down and just have coffee anymore. Like, remember back in the day where you just meet somebody and you just kind of wanted to get to know them. You didn't have a motive. Listen, you didn't have a motive. And the reason dating does not work for me, okay, I'm just going to say what it is. Because there already is a motive set up for that date. And that person is already putting that motive on me that I need to meet their criteria. And I'm not going to meet somebody's criteria. I'm going to be myself. And I'm going to tell you a story. Okay. Back when I was younger, I went to this like real expensive date place where I was really young at the time. It was just a stupid thing to do. So I went to this thing and they have like pictures and books you open and they match you with the perfect mate and they do a video of you and all that stuff. Well, I didn't do it because when I got in there, I went in there with this lady who's known me since I was like, she knew me since I was like 7 and I was in my 20s at the time. And I'd already had my 2 kids and I was single. So I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to join this date thing. I'm going to go and check it out. They had something like a week free or something. So I was going to go look at it. So I get to the office and I bring my girlfriend with me, who was a lot older than me. She was already when I was in my 20s, she was almost 60, but we just hang out. She taught me a lot when I was young on certain foods to cook and things like that. She grew up I grew up in the same neighborhood so anyway, so me and her, we're hanging out and stuff and we get there. And this woman, I get in there and I'm just being me. And this girl says, oh, well, good that you put your good foot up front, she says. And my girlfriend turned to her and said, no, that's not Vivian at all. She says she doesn't put her good foot forward. She is what you see and is not going to ever. And that was me since I was young. I don't do that. I mean, I'm gun shy about people, waiting, sometimes lurking and attacks. But at the same time, I don't put my good foot forward to get approval. I just have to be myself. It's like that song, gotta be me, I've gotta be me. Who sang that?
I don't know, but I'd rather somebody be themselves than be a fake and then turn around and be aggressive, controlling, and abusive later. Be you right from the beginning. Don't put on the fakeness and just be authentic. Authenticity is so underrated. And I mean, we can't state this enough. You'll get further with somebody by being yourself than you ever will by putting on a fake front.
With my patients, I do the train story. Have you ever heard the train story about authenticity?
Go for it.
So, you're at a train station and you're waiting for the train to come and you're outside and you maybe are not being your true authentic self. So just imagine that for a minute. And so you're waiting for your train to come that has all the people on it that belong in your life. So you're waiting for this train. And all of a sudden, a few trains will go by, but because you're not being your true authentic self, they might stop and you might join them on their train and get in a relationship with them and be in the wrong place while your train, who has everybody on it, that doesn't should you, could you, would you, having expectations of you. Those are all there being backed up by your stupidity to not come out and be an authentic self. And I use that a lot with my my patients, talking about being yourself. Stop trying to put your good foot forward. What is your good foot? Is a fake foot? Be who you are. You might not always be in the greatest of moods. You might not always please everybody. But if you are really who you are, there's nobody else you can be. Who are you going to be? How are you going to be something you're not? I don't understand that. I can't comprehend it. I don't have the mind of an antisocial. That's what it is. But that's the train story. Just, be your true authentic self and you will attract the people in your life. And who you don't. And I came in on y'all talking about something like that, you are where you're, something on the show you were talking about earlier, just being yourself. I got to go back and listen to you and that guy, what y'all were talking about.
Which one? Propagate was on.
The last one before, as I came on. The one with the weird picture that was kind of, look like,
that weird picture is probably from his magic window through the software he wrote to show the actual images that are really out there in his skies that he records daily.
cool.
And I call it his magic window because of the phenomena that happens.
What was his name on your show? What was his name?
Integral, and he's got a YouTube channel, and he will start it, and then you can watch the magic window. I used to pop in, or I still do, whenever he's got it up and going, and I just would sit in there if I was going a little nutty or feeling a little stressed, and I would just watch all of the phenomena captured through his magic window, and this inner peace would come over me. And
you're saying in his magic window, the stuff he's peeking out of the sky?
I call it his magic window. What he's got is his computer is set up and is actually pointing out at the sky, out his window. And it is phenomenal.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I get out of my girlfriend. I watch all her stuff. And I'd love to say that guy's name so I can look up his channel or post it in your thing.
It's Integral.
Can you spell that?
I'll put it in the private chat. He's in the chat. He was supposed to. I think he's a moderator, so I told him to post his link so people could find him. So if you scroll up, his
okay, I got it.
You got it. Okay.
And I wonder if he has DISIN.
His channel link should be in there if you scroll up far enough.
TEGRAL. Let me look. Well, I don't want to lose where I'm at, with the thing, because no, I don't. I came in too late. It's not going that far up. But I did get it, and therefore I can go look it up and see. I'm all interested about, because my girlfriend, she gets all this like really weird stuff going in and out of the sun. Some of the stuff that she catches, is just, whoa. She's a real love person. I don't think I've ever met anybody as heartfelt and genuine as her. She's a little different. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Sure. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
You do, right? She's such a loving soul. It's unreal. It's like you and Sky. Well, my girlfriend Sky. Yeah, she's real loving.
I still don't know why you didn't go through a publisher. They do the
gonna
editing and all that stuff.
I'm going to use your. You sent me a link.
Yeah, you need to buy that because of that. That gives you your copyright, and then also for other.
I'm just not ready to. Hopefully, it just stays in the chat that you sent it to me at. In the thing, because it's going to be probably after surgery that I get around to publishing, probably closer to March.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping I'd get it published prior to March, but everything just has to be the way that it has to be. Because there's moments where I actually go 2 or 3 days without touching the book. And then
that's good though.
And then I'm beating myself up, and then my girlfriend's like, "Oh, for God's sake, just give your brain some time to rest." She goes, some nights I'm on there 15 hours at a time writing. It's too much.
Well,
But
it comes in spurts, though. It's by inspiration. Talk to any other artist. We've got an artist in the chat right now.
right, I
Art,
know.
when you're working with art, it is based on inspiration. And when you get started with your art, you want to complete the project. Well,
Well,
a
you know
book
what's
is
weird?
a
You know
long
what's really weird?
project.
What's
You
really
need to be
weird is
patient.
some nights I wish that the times that I do feel highly inspired, I will push myself till like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and then I wish that night I could go on. But what will end up happening is I'll get super tired the next day, and then it'll take me 2 days to recover from that. So I have to be nicer to myself, Michelle. I'm not so nice to myself sometimes. My expectations of myself.
Self-love is the beginning of wisdom, honey.
You know what, too? And the book, it's hard for me to publish this book. It's going to be hard because the first 3 chapters of this book are going to it's like autobiography. The book is how to turn trauma into peace. And it'll help a bunch of people, it will, that have been through the road that I've been on. And that's more than it being just about myself. But it's going to reveal a lot of very personal things that I'll never be able to hide from. Like I can't say, okay, well, I can put on the good foot or pretend to be something, because it's right there. All the pain, everything. And my family's, my actual family, not my daughter, not my son, not my grandkids. But my siblings are going to absorb what. And it's put in a very, one of the things I say in the book at the beginning is that this book is not written because of unforgiveness, because I've already forgiven. In fact, I even thanked my abusers in the beginning of the book. Just a whole thank you to everybody that that has inspired me and really put effort into the book with me. And so, but I have to realize that perhaps they've grown a lot more than I give them credit for. And they're going to have to, this is me talking about my siblings, they're going to have to accept the fact that this is my story and it's not about them. This is coming from my story. I'm not mentioning them in the book. I mean, I mentioned one time that when we were younger, we used to make tents, but nothing negative, about anything about that. But it's hard because this is going to be like it. That's it. Once it's out there, it's done.
Cool. What's your book's title?
Here to Be the Light: How to Turn Trauma into Peace.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I've done all my own photography. I'm so proud of my photography. I've got pictures of, I just did so many good things in the book, and it's been really hard to actually be this kind to myself. Like I never would have, like in the past, never would have been a person that said, I did such a great job, but now I'm realizing, you only get so much time left in this particular realm. And if you don't start liking your sandcastles, people, you ain't never going to like them. This is the time to do it. Enjoy the sandcastle you made. Whatever it is you created, the more creative you are. Listen, this is what I believe. That God responds to us with what we believe. Now, of course, since I make a real mess of myself sometimes, I get those responses. I know you know what I'm talking about, the manifestations and stuff. But let's go to this. God responds to us to what we believe. So if I'm creative, I have a God of creative response. If I'm fearful, I have a God of fearful response. I will get back what I give. God always gives you what you ask for. So if you ask for something, you're going to get it. Whether you asked for something the wrong way or not, it doesn't matter. The universe always listens to it. It always hears us. And so because I have the ability to lately admire my own creativity, like actually feel good about it, which I wrote about that tonight as well in my one of my chapters where I'm talking about, even the church. No, the church is us, but the actual building we used to go to, there's a lot that will try to put down your gifts, say maybe they're not from God. All things are from God. There is nothing separate from God. It is all God. the biggest issue is the concept of it being, go to evil. I do not believe in evil. I don't have that. I won't have it. I won't have it in my life. I used to allow people to bring it into my life by telling me, no, there's a devil, there's this, there's that. You know what? Go have your devil. Go have it. Have fun. Because if you're focusing on something, you say you believe in something, you give it power, no matter what it is. And so, yeah, it's a step-by-step process, because this is going to be the first book that I have published. Although I've published a lot of work on medium.com. If anybody wants to read my stuff, it's under Vivian Ennis. And I published about 608 poems on there. But I am going to be doing a poetry book. So I'm not going to be putting much more of my work on there, on that site no more, because they only pay me like 2 cents if I get it read or something. It's not a bad deal, but I've got a big old stack, this big high left of poetry to do, which might keep me around a little bit longer. I'm hoping. I'm a miracle, y'all. I've had incurable cancer, and I'm still here. I'm not living the life of belief. I have no medications for it. I've now lasted 18 years, coming up 18 years with something that they say is incurable. I'm still here, because you don't move on till you finish. You don't move on. And it's hard. It is.
I don't see expiration dates anymore on anybody's body. Do you?
There's people out there right now, though, that are living in COVID land, and they're alone. They're older. They're high risk. I know, because I have issues with my lungs, so I don't, purposely go out and try to do something to myself that might be of danger to me. I don't want to catch the flu either, And normally I don't. I just don't believe I'm going to get the stuff, and I don't. So that's good. Like, I didn't even know when Ebola was going on. I was still working full time and everything. I didn't even know it. It's never affected me, see, because I didn't have it in my vocabulary. But here's the deal. There are people right now that are lonely, and they're going through a really hard time because they are doing their, grandparents not seeing their grandchildren and things like that. And I feel them, because I understand, because I do see my grandchildren once a month. I'm not going to not see them. I'm not going to say, okay, well, fear is going to keep me back from seeing my grandkids, although we're precautionary, except lately they just come up, hug me, and, and I'm like, okay, well, if it's my time to go, then I better get the book done. But, but here's the deal. I do wear a mask when I go in public. I'm not Karen, and I hate to use that word. I don't fight about wearing a mask, even though I have serious asthma and I could be saying, oh, I have health issues that make me not be able to wear it. No, I wear my mask. But I do feel for the people that are alone, because I've had 11 months of just me. It's been great. It's been good. And it's also been really hard. And there's something to be said for people who have, love and a relationship. And for me, though, to be honest with you, if I continue to attract the murderers, I think I stay alone, okay?
I say stop allowing the movies you're watching have any power over you, Missy.
You know what? I had no business watching those movies.
You're instantly manifesting, so...
do you know that I had no business? I had no business watching those movies.
Well, if so if you know that by watching those, you're putting in your eye gates and your ear gates, and therefore it's becoming a reality for you, You're right. Then don't watch that stuff.
No, I
Be careful
won't.
what you're putting in. Yeah.
I already scared the poop out of myself already.
Yeah,
no,
I agree.
No, it was so fast. I manifested so fast, literally. I got it on here. I took a screenshot of Mr. Jeffrey Dahmer, telling me Jeffrey Dahmer's coming for me. I was like, oh my God. And so I had a moment, and then I gave it over to God before I went to bed last night. And there's more details I won't say online, but it was pretty scary. And, so here's the deal. I knew better than to watch a scary movie, but you said, well, what did it offer you? God, I haven't had any excitement in my life right now. So I'm watching
So there you go. You had some excitement in real life.
It manifested that fast. Okay, look, I'll use an example.
I'm about to sew this up. We've been going
Okay.
4.5 hours.
Well, I haven't
So-
been on here 4.5. I've been on
No.
here 2.5.
You
Oh my
came-
God. No, I've not. I've been on here forever. It's 3 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's after 1, and I came on at like 8:30ish. So,
That's
and I was
crazy.
like, I'm not power streaming tonight, and then the response has been great. So of course I'm still here for everybody, but just
Before you go, that
hold that
puzzle
thought.
behind you is so cool.
because we're each a unique piece to the puzzle.
I love it.
We all are so valuable. We have so much value to offer to one another, and we're unique there's a purpose behind our uniqueness and what we bring to each other. It's not supposed to be division or anything like that. It's to be snap in place and to enhance this experience for one another. So with that, let me do this real quick.
Okay.
And if stay on after I zip up, okay?
Okay, sweetie.
And let's
Thanks
see.
for everybody listening to my weirdness.
Oh, honey, you're always welcome.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
It sound right, boy.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.